It's the disciples who entered Mount Meru. Something really happened to Mount Meru. Huang Xiaolong's body trembled in disbelief. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. The roar became louder and louder, and the entire sky was filled with cracks, shaking everyone's minds. The entrance of Mount Meru was also gradually torn open, and spiritual energy began to gush out. Fang De shouted, "Not good! Everyone, retreat! Mount Meru has collapsed." The force produced by the collapse of a space was incalculable. If he wanted to live, he would have to rely on luck. Fortunately, there was a space channel at the border between Mount Meru and the heavenly martial arts realm. A large amount of spiritual qi dissipated in the channel, but it also became a great buffer zone. Many warriors were washed away by the spiritual qi in the channel, entered the void, and disappeared without a trace. More than a dozen martial artists instantly retreated 100 miles away and looked into the distance. The entire city of Yanwu had a strange scenery. The spiritual energy in the sky was pouring down continuously, and the entire city and the nearby mountains and rivers were filled with spiritual energy. From afar, it looked like a fairyland with a waterfall of spiritual energy falling from the sky. Fang De couldn't help but say, "The collapse of Mount Meru is a huge matter. I'm afraid that the holy region will also send people to investigate. Quickly report the situation here to the sect." Other than shock, Huang Xiaolong's eyes were also filled with intense jealousy. He sighed and said, "I'm afraid it won't be long before this city of Yanwu becomes a holy land of spiritual qi. With such a massive amount of energy, I'm afraid it won't be long before your Firecrow Empire is ahead of our two empires." Tu Lei was also shocked. Huang Xiaolong had seen further than him. The spiritual qi in the sky seemed to be endless. A day later, in the sky above the city lord's mansion in Yanwu, Yun Xiao looked at the spirit qi that filled the city, and many martial artists who had survived the disaster, who were almost liquefied, were overjoyed and began to cultivate on the spot. "You really are a jinx. Mount Meru has existed for tens of thousands of years," the demon dragon said. "You died the moment you entered." Yun Xiao was also feeling a little dizzy. It should be the inner hall that suppressed the eye of the spiritual spring in Mount Meru and relied on the continuous energy provided by the eye of the spiritual spring to suppress Dijia. After we destroyed it, the balance of the entire space was instantly broken. Over the countless years, it had been riddled with holes. I'm just the last straw to crush Mount Meru. What do we do now? Ding Ling also came out of the Divine Realm tablet. Looking at the strange phenomenon in the sky, she was so shocked that she couldn't close her mouth. With the spiritual qi pouring down like this, I'm afraid it won't take long for this place to become like the spiritual mountains and great rivers where the 7 superpowers are located. It will be the top cultivation place in the realm of heavenly martial arts. At that time, not to mention the sects of the southern region, even the forces of the entire realm of heavenly martial arts would covet this place. Besides, young Master Yun, you've offended everyone before you entered Mount Meru. Yun Xiao was also having a headache. If he had offended those people before, he might have been able to resist them. But now that Yanwu had turned into a sea of spiritual energy, the people who were spying on them were no longer simple existences. In the entire heavenly martial continent, only the 7 superpowers had such a sea of spirit qi. It was also because of the sufficient spiritual qi resources that the 7 forces could look down on the world. Yanwu, a small place like this, would soon be in the eyes of all the forces in the world and become a piece of fat meat on an anvil. No matter what, I'll block as long as I can. Yanwu is my territory. Even if a martial emperor comes, he'll have to lie on the ground. Yun Xiao said proudly, his eyes flashing. Ding Ling was silent. If it were before, she would have thought he was crazy. However, when he thought of the great soul in this young body, he suddenly felt a rush of hot blood. It was as if he could see the peerless elegance of the time when he dominated the world and defeated the 10 martial sovereigns of the 9 heavens in the divine cloud palace. He could not help but feel fascinated. Yun Xiao took a deep breath and suddenly cried out, "Everyone, listen up. Those who are not from Yanwu, get out of here within 3 breaths, or die." His voice burst into the 9 heavens and exploded. All the cultivators who were cultivating were shocked and their eyes flashed with resentment. One by one, they rushed out of the city. Many people had seen Yunxiao's means, and he was someone who could really draw his saber and kill. The dozen or so martial artists in the distance also heard the faint sound, and all of them had gloomy faces. The purple-robed martial emperor from the War Wolf Temple was even more furious. He said coldly, "You still dare to be so arrogant without the 9 palace dustless formation. Wait for me to take his dog life." Fong De frowned and blocked his way. At this moment, Mount Meru has collapsed, and Yanwu has changed. As the leading sect of the southern domain, we cannot act rashly. I suggest we return to the sect to report and wait for the higher-ups' decision. Brother Fong is right. The current situation is beyond our control. Everyone, let's go back first, Tule said. I'm afraid there's going to be a big problem. The purple-robed martial emperor suppressed his anger. Since everyone had said so, he couldn't force it. In an instant, the dozen people disappeared and flew back to their respective sections. The disciples of the various sects who had been driven out of Yanwu also rushed back to their own sects, trying to convey this news back to their sects. Mount Meru, one of the 4 celestial realms in the realm of heavenly martial arts, had collapsed. The news immediately spread throughout the continent. A few days later, the overflowing spiritual energy began to slow down, maintaining a certain speed. Some of the smaller holes began to dry up and gradually filled up. 9 large holes appeared in the sky, pouring spiritual chi in like 9 dragon-shaped waterfalls. During this period of time, the entire city of Yanwu was unusually quiet, and no forces came to disturb them. It was as if a huge storm was brewing in the entire southern region. After a few more days, someone finally came. They were from the War Wolf Temple. Perhaps instigated by the purple-robed martial emperor, a large number of experts from the temple had arrived. There were 7 martial emperors in total. You think too highly of Yanwu. You actually asked us to come here together. You may not know this, but this Li Yunxiao does have some tricks up his sleeve. And it seems that there are several extremely powerful formations hidden in Yanwu. Humph, no matter how powerful he is, he's just a martial lord. Could it be heaven-defying? Woof! Such a place with abundant spiritual chi was indeed no different from the rumors. If the War Wolf Temple could move here, we would be able to lead the southern region in a few years. Humph! Stop dreaming. The entire realm of heavenly martial arts is watching this place. Our temple is not even enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. All right, stop with the nonsense. Yanwu is at the heart of the struggle right now, and if the Hall Master finds out that we've sneaked out, we'll definitely be punished. Just kill Li Yunxiao and leave. The 7 of them soon arrived in the sky above Yanwu. One of them waved his hand, and a beam of sword chi shot out toward the city lord's mansion. Boom! A golden light bloomed, and a formation light that protected the city blocked the sword chi. What formation? You can actually block my attack. The martial emperor looked horrified and said in disbelief, "This city's defensive formation doesn't seem to be inferior to the great mountain shielding formation of our Battle Wolf Temple." The others were also surprised. The purple-robed martial royal realm expert snorted. "As I said, this place is extremely strange. We can't be careless. I don't believe that a mere small city can be so heaven-defying." The martial emperor didn't seem to be convinced, and he condensed his sword chi again. All of a sudden, tens of thousands of golden rays flashed in the city, converging into a huge sword and slashing directly at that man. The sword seemed to be constantly absorbing power as it shuttled through the sea of spirit chi. It was unusually powerful. Woof! 100 refined sword chi. Slash. The martial emperor condensed the sword chi in his hand and slashed it down fiercely. The 2 rays of sword light collided in the sky. The light was like a scorching sun in the sky, blinding everyone's eyes. Boom, boom, boom. Under the explosion, the martial emperor was sent flying back more than 100 meters. His chi and blood were in turmoil, and his mind was in shock. The other martial emperor was also shocked and furious. He suddenly shouted at the people below, "Is Li Yunxiao here? Come out and die." A leisurely voice came from below. I don't care who you are. Since you're here, you're all going to stay. What big words! The purple-robed martial emperor stood out and shouted. Today, I'll take your head and take revenge for the disrespect you showed me that day. Two beams of light shot up into the sky above Yanwu, standing in the wind. They were Yunxiao and Duan Yu. Yunxiao glanced around and said indifferently, So you're from the War Wolf Temple. Fine. I'll kill the 7 of you as a warning to others. He pointed his finger, and tens of thousands of golden rays emerged around him. More and more of them appeared, densely packed, and constantly expanding. The entire sky above Yanwu was filled with dazzling golden light. Great Sun Golden Sword, condense, he spat, and the countless golden lights gathered in all directions, transforming into thousands of golden lights that flew in the sky, forming a sea of swords. The Great Sun Golden Light Sword formation was an extremely powerful mountain-protecting formation. It was only because of the lack of spiritual energy that it was unable to exert its power. The bottleneck was no longer spirit qi. The array could absorb energy to the maximum, but Yunxiao's own cultivation base had become the bottleneck. Otherwise, with this array, he could even fight a martial emperor. The 7 martial royal realm experts were shocked. The sword qi that filled the sky formed an ocean of sword qi, shocking everyone. What a powerful sword formation. Everyone, be careful. The purple-robed martial emperor's face flickered. He blasted away the sword beams with a palm strike and opened a path in the sea of swords, then rushed toward Yunxiao. However, the sword momentum was too strong. Soon, countless golden lights gathered again and surrounded him, trapping him inside. The 7 of them had arrived in a domineering manner, but before they could even make a move, they were all trapped in the sea of sword auras. They were too busy dealing with the attacks to do anything else. Duan Yu's face was filled with shock as he said in horror, What the hell is this formation? It's so powerful. It must be very exhausting for you to control it, right? Indeed. Yunxiao did not deny it. If I had enough soul power, I could have killed these 7 people in the array. However, it's not possible now. You'll have to deal with one of them. Your strength is getting more and more unfathomable, Duan Yu said with a bitter smile. I can't help you. However, it's not a big problem to deal with just one of them. Yunxiao pointed between his brows, and the stone beast rushed out, striding toward the martial emperors in the air. His demonic qi was so strong that it immediately attracted everyone's attention. What? A martial emperor realm demonic beast. Everyone was gobsmacked. With every step that stone beast took, its body grew a bit stronger, and very soon it became more than twice its original size. A palm covered the sky and earth as it smacked over. Yunxiao retracted his sword beam, and thousands of sword beams gathered behind him, shooting toward the 4 men. He had deliberately let 3 martial royal realm experts go. The stone beast could fight 2 of them alone, and Duan Yu could deal with 1. The remaining 4 were in his sea of swords, and each of them was furious. Kid, even if you have the help of the sword formation, you're too arrogant to think that you can fight 4 people at once. The purple-robed martial emperor shouted loudly, and his aura surged. The other 3 no longer dared to underestimate him. Today's battle might contain the greatest risk of their lives. One by one, they took out their mystic weapons and burst them out. For auras immediately forced the sword array away, and they faced Yunxiao from a distance. Everyone, quickly kill this kid. That demonic beast is extremely powerful. I'm afraid they won't be able to stop it, a martial emperor said in a deep voice. There was a look of worry in his eyes. The monstrous demonic qi that the stone beast was emitting was actually suppressing the 2 martial emperors and firmly holding the upper hand. You're a good test for my spiritual power. Yunxiao's eyes flickered. His hands started to cast a spell. The spiritual energy in his dantian was affected by the great realm divine technique and flowed through his meridians. Strange symbols filled the sky and golden light shone. The divine realm tablet shot out from between his eyebrows and pressed down in the air with a rumble. Since his battle with Dijia on Mount Meru, he had been trying to figure out the method and power of the spirit power. However, in any case, he could only use it when he used the two great divine arts of Great Yen and Great Realm. What a strong, profound, level weapon fluctuation. The purple-robed martial emperor's face turned cold. He broke the sword light with a punch and hit the divine realm tablet. The divine realm tablet flashed with flowing light, and circles of red fluctuations spread out. The golden symbols that filled the sky flickered and disappeared, crossing the sky. Boom! The purple-robed martial emperor's punch hit the divine realm tablet, causing a circle of red light to shake. It was still unstoppable. Suddenly, an ancient charm emitted from the tablet, covering the sky and the sun. The entire sky turned red, as if it was about to burn. Woof! What was this feeling? There's something strange about this stone tablet. Everyone, let's work together to break it. A martial emperor turned pale with fright. If he had only been on guard earlier, he was now feeling a chill in his heart. The ancient aura emanating from the steel was actually trying to suppress his true chi and blood chi completely. It was as if a god had descended to the world and was being worshipped by all spirits. Ghost Dance of the Scarlet Lid. 7 Evils Saint Force. 1,000 Leaves Demonic Finger. Thunder Fist. For extremely strong forces broke through the sky and blasted toward the divine realm tablet. Under the joint efforts of the 4 martial emperors, they finally withstood the tablet intent of the divine realm tablet and prevented it from falling. Yunxiao's eyes narrowed as he produced a strange symbol with his hand and read, "Fire territory open." The strange golden symbols that filled the sky brightened up and all rushed towards the monument. It was as if billions of stars had gathered on it. The entire sky rumbled as if the void was about to collapse at this moment. An ancient territory gradually opened up above Yanwu. Unable to withstand such a powerful pressure, huge cracks began to appear in the sky, just like when Mount Meru collapsed. A sea of fire burned for thousands of miles and pressed down. Under the sea of fire, the 4 martial emperors felt cold all over. The power on the divine realm tablet was getting stronger and stronger, and they were gradually unable to hold on. Boom, boom, boom. Finally, someone couldn't hold on any longer. The steel was like a hot knife through butter, crashing down. It pressed down on the 4 of them. No! The purple-robed martial emperor revealed a look of despair as he roared. The 4 figures tried to break free from the sea of fire, but it was in vain. They could only watch as the stone tablet fell and directly suppressed the 4 of them. Boom! A huge tremor came from outside Yanwu, and the stone tablet smashed into the ground, only revealing the upper half of it. However, it was still as huge as a mountain, reaching into the 9 heavens. Yunxiao gently stepped on the top of the steel and felt the domain power filling the sky, which was in conflict with the laws of heaven and earth of the heavenly martial realm itself. Soon, the spiritual energy in his body was exhausted. Instead, true chi gushed out of his dantian and replaced his spiritual power to execute the great realm divine technique. The golden characters in the sky instantly dimmed and were almost invisible. The territory power slowly receded and eventually disappeared. It seems that I have to use my spiritual energy to perform such a feat. Yunxiao sighed slightly. The power of that realm was so strong that it frightened him, and it had suppressed 4 martial emperors in an instant. However, this power was not cultivated by him, and he did not know how to cultivate it. As a result, it was only enough for 1 strike, and the recovery was extremely slow. The demonic dragon said, "One can only cultivate the spirit power after reaching the 10 directions divine realm. You've absorbed so much by accident, so be content. If you can cultivate spirit force now, how can you make the tens of millions of martial artists who are struggling on the martial Tao endure it?" The divine realm tablet had suppressed 4 martial emperors, and the other 3 martial emperors had also seen it from afar. The huge divine realm tablet stood upright on the ground, just like the tombstones of the 4 people, which shocked the mind. With this, those 3 people were immediately scared out of their wits. How could they still dare to continue fighting? They immediately wanted to escape. Since you've come, don't expect to go back. Standing on the divine realm tablet, Yunxiao commanded the rain of swords to fall. Panicking, the three martial emperors were soon caught up by the stone beast and Duanyu, and they were killed one by one. Only then did the entire sky regain its clarity. Only the 9 spiritual energy waterfalls still hung high in the sky. With the amazing spiritual energy in Mount Meru, it would take many years for it to flow out at this speed. What's the origin of this profound level weapon of yours? Duanyu looked at the towering divine realm tablet, and a chill ran down his spine under the intimidating aura. I don't know, Xianxia said with a faint smile. I don't know. He flew directly into the divine realm tablet. Duanyu was speechless for a while, but then he followed the stone beast and flew in. At this moment, the world inside the steel was completely different from before. The 9 dragons' energy-absorbing array was crazily absorbing the spiritual energy in Yenwu, and the whole world began to become full of vitality. The fire domain, in particular, had begun to nurture spiritual mountains, great rivers, and vegetation. This profound level weapon of yours is almost a pocket-sized version of Mount Meru, the demonic dragon said with emotion. As long as there was enough spiritual energy, it was very possible to create a world of its own. Those ancient almighty warriors were so powerful that we couldn't even imagine them. When Xianxia arrived at the Earth territory, he saw a yellow ball of light floating in the sky. Inside it was a palm-sized piece of yellow earth that was spinning constantly, breathing in and out spirit chi, as if it was nourishing the earth. As soon as the stone beast saw the piece of yellow soil, its whole body suddenly became restless, revealing an expression of extreme desire and uneasiness. With your body? Xianxia said with a smile. It will take you at least hundreds or even thousands of years to digest this piece of breathing earth. The stone beast seemed to be able to understand his words. It gradually quieted down and floated in the air without moving. With a light point of Yunxiao's finger, the yellow piece of earth began to fall from the sky and sink into the earth. Soon, yellow soil gradually spread out. The originally dry and hard earth seemed to have been watered, becoming soft and emitting a soft light. A steady, honest, distant, and long-lasting aura emanated from the earth, giving off an extremely amiable feeling. It's said that the living soil is the mother of the earth, and it nurtures all living things. Now it seems that it's possible. Xianxia sighed with emotion and said to the stone beast, from now on, you'll cultivate in this earth territory. With the assistance of the aura of the breathing earth, it's very possible for you to break through to the 9 heavens realm in the future. The stone beast was overjoyed. It howled a few times in the air and then plunged down. To him, the soil was like water. The moment his body touched it, he melted into it and disappeared. Suddenly, a surprised voice rang out in Yunxiao's ear. The breathing earth. It's actually the aura of the breathing earth. Quickly put me in the living soil. With a light wave of his hand, a small red tree emerged from the yellow soil. It was the Kunwu divine tree, and it jumped up and down with great excitement. This is the Kunwu divine tree? The demonic dragon's eyes narrowed as he exclaimed. What kind of fortuitous encounter did you have that you could get such a thing? Yunxiao turned to the excited Kunwu divine tree and said, You've absorbed the essence of the leaf fire for so long, and now you have the soil of the living earth to cultivate it. You've taken all the benefits. Now we need you to put in some effort. The Kunwu divine tree was shocked and immediately became alert. What help? Last time, you extracted half of my soul power and almost killed me. Don't even think about it this time. Looking at Yunxiao's cold face, he suddenly had an idea and said, You mean the Great One Profound Chi? Do you need it now? What? The demonic dragon was taken aback. He cried out in horror. Kid, what did he say? Great One Profound Chi? He has such a thing on him. The demonic dragon became extremely violent and roared as if it was about to escape from the purple shadow. No. Yunxiao shook his head and said, I'll come back to you for that thing when I recover my strength to the peak of the 9th heaven. It's a friend of mine who's unconscious and needs your help. Is it the one who was nourished by a large amount of soul nurturing with last time? The Kunwu divine tree asked. Yes. Yunxiao said in a deep voice. That's right. Mengwu had been unconscious for a long time, and he had thought that it would not take long. He did not expect that after such a long time. She had not changed her mind at all, which made him very worried. The Kunwu divine tree said, I can also sense her existence. Her soul is now very complete. I don't know why she can't wake up. You can find a way to enter her spiritual space and investigate. The Kunwu divine tree looked at Xianxia indifferently and said, What, are you scared? Xianxia gave him an indifferent look and said, I know. The spiritual space was a very strange existence. But it was also extremely dangerous. Once the space crumbled, those who couldn't escape in time would die inside. Even Xianxia, who specialized in mental attacks, did not dare to enter other people's consciousness at will. Just as he was about to leave, the Kunwu divine tree suddenly said, Move me to the girl's side. When you enter her spiritual space, I can protect you. With a wave of his hand, Xianxia appeared in Mount Inch. Master! Meng Bai, who had been standing guard beside Meng Wu, was overjoyed when he saw Xianxia. Xiao's eyebrows twitched as he gave Meng Bai a surprised look and said, Meng Bai, how did you improve so quickly? Do you feel any discomfort? It had only been a while since he last saw Meng Bai, but he had already surpassed 9 stars and reached the peak of 9 stars martial master. Meng Bai grinned and said, Isn't it good to improve quickly? I've been practicing the body refining technique that master taught me, and in my spare time, I've been meditating to absorb vital qi. Xianxia sighed and said, Is the heaven-earth venomous body really so heaven-defying? How do you expect me to live with your cultivation speed? Bang! There was a big hole in the stone wall of the cave, and Xiao Qingwang, who had come over after hearing the noise, happened to hear the conversation between the two. When he saw Meng Bai's cultivation base, he directly hit his head against the wall. He had cultivated hard for a long time and even benefited from the unique spiritual energy in the Divine Realm tablet, which allowed him to cultivate to the level of a 4 stars martial grandmaster. Bang, bang, bang. He continued to bang his head against the wall in the corner. You and Xiao Qingwang will protect me, Xianxia said as if there was no one else around. I'm going to enter your sister's consciousness space and see what's going on with her. Oh, Meng Bai was overjoyed to hear that. So my sister will wake up? If we can find the reason, there should be no problem, Xianxia said. It's not a problem. Remember not to let anyone disturb me during this period of time. Meng Bai nodded heavily and said, I won't let anyone get close to master. Xiao Qingwang also knew the seriousness of the matter, so he stood guard for him. Xianxia looked at Meng Wu, who was lying there quietly. Her face was as red as usual, like a sleeping beauty. He gently stroked her hair and was a little entranced by her. Let's start. In the end, he sighed and sat down cross-legged with his eyes closed. A beam of golden light flashed between Meng Wu's eyebrows and shot into it. Meng Wu's body suddenly glowed with a golden light, which kept flowing. Xiao's divine will kept shuttling back and forth in Meng Wu's spiritual ocean. Suddenly, the phantom of a demonic dragon flew over from beside him, and he asked in surprise, Why are you here? I'm just a soul. The demon dragon laughed. I can come and go as I please in the space of a warrior's consciousness. Nonsense. Xianxia scolded angrily. You've been with me for so many years. Don't tell me you still don't know the dangers of the space of consciousness. You're overthinking it, the dragon said disdainfully. With your divine sense as a 5th-tier alchemist and the Kunwu divine tree as your guardian, you can come and go as you please in the spiritual space. Xianxia did not say anything more. He stepped on the dragon's back and flew forward. Meng Wu's spiritual space was pitch black, and she was obviously unconscious. Xianxia wandered aimlessly among them, his face growing more and more solemn. This little girl can't be dead, right? The entire space of consciousness is pitch black. In an ordinary person's space of consciousness, even if they were unconscious, there would at least be a turbulent flow of consciousness, and all kinds of memory fragments could be found in it. However, this place was deathly silent, and there was no consciousness. It was just a casual remark. But when it suddenly sensed the hostility coming from Xianxia, it immediately shut its mouth. He didn't want to anger this person. He knew Gu Feiyang's character the best. Who's that? The demonic dragon's pupils suddenly shrank. He looked down and said, "Look, it looks like a door?" "It's indeed a door," Xianxia said in a deep voice. "Let's go down and take a look." The demonic dragon suddenly plunged down. Under the endless darkness, a tall black gate stood there. Only the 2 yellow copper rings on the gate were still shimmering. Otherwise, it would be difficult to identify. How could it be like this? "This is the space of consciousness," the demonic dragon said in surprise. "Why would a door suddenly appear?" Yunxiao's expression turned extremely serious, as if he had discovered something. He strode forward, grabbed the copper ring, and pulled it hard. Boom, boom, boom. A huge force came from the door, and he was directly sent flying. A blue ring appeared on the black door, and there was a neat hexagon in the ring. A circle of strange words spread out along the hexagon in all directions, forming a strange pattern. "This is..." Yunxiao's pupils constricted as he cried out in horror. "How could this be? This pattern is a Xianxia." The demon dragon was also taken aback. It was definitely not something that could be done by an ordinary warrior's spiritual space, as it was able to send Yunxiao's divine sense flying. "You recognize this pattern?" he suddenly asked. Yunxiao seemed to have seen the most incredible thing in the world as he muttered to himself in a daze. "How could it be? How could it be?" His eyes were slightly red, and he was almost roaring, "Yao Long, have you forgotten? Take a closer look at this pattern. It's the symbol of that lord." The demonic dragon's body trembled as he stared at the pattern. He seemed to have recalled something and exclaimed in shock, "It's that person! What was going on? How could that person's mark appear here?" Yunxiao gradually calmed down and stared at the copper ring for a long time without saying a word. "Since it's a mark left by that person, it's impossible for you to break it with your current strength," the demon dragon said. "Let's go out and think of a way." Yunxiao closed his eyes slightly, as if he had returned to his usual calm demeanor, and said lightly, "If I could leave, I would have already left." "What?" The demonic dragon was shocked. "You're under a restriction." Yunxiao shook his head slightly. "Don't move. That lord not only set up a door, but he also left a wisp of his divine sense on it. I'm afraid I've already triggered him when I pulled the copper hoop just now. If I leave now, it'll immediately trigger his spiritual sense to track me. Let's not even talk about whether or not I can escape. Even if I do, he'll definitely recognize me." The demonic dragon's face turned ugly. Thinking of that man's face, he couldn't help but feel cold. "What should we do now?" "That lord must know that someone has touched this door," Yunxiao said. "But his divine sense has not been awakened. This proves that he doesn't know that it's me, Gu Feiyang. There's an extremely powerful restriction nearby, and it'll probably be triggered if I move. What we need to do now is to escape before that lord's spiritual sense awakens. Just tell me what to do," the demonic dragon said in a deep voice. He seemed to have realized the seriousness of the matter and became extremely nervous. "Don't be afraid," Yunxiao said. "If I'm not wrong, I'm not afraid. I'll contact the Kunwu Divine Tree first. When we break the seal together, I'll ask it to pick us up and use its endless soul power to pull us out directly." "All right." The demonic dragon let out a loud roar as its body transformed into a beam of sword light. It was the demon-slaying sword art, and it shot up into the sky. At the same time, Yunxiao also cast the Great Expansion Divine Technique, and golden tadpole-like characters filled the dark void. Just as the two of them leaped up, countless rays of light shot out from the darkness, cutting the entire space apart and scattering like paper. Fortunately, the two of them were prepared. The sword light and the Great Expansion Divine Technique directly blocked the void slash and shuttled through the endless night. At this moment, a warm light suddenly scattered down from the sky, directly illuminating the two of them, and they slowly disappeared in the sky. The sound of copper rings suddenly rang out from the black gate below, and a black shadow gradually came out from the gate. His entire body was covered in a black robe, and he had no face at all. He raised his head and looked at the sky with his star-like eyes. At that moment, the demon dragon and Yunxiao disappeared, leaving behind only the faint yellow light that was fading away. The black shadow stared for a long time and muttered to himself, Kunwa Divine Tree. He seemed to be extremely puzzled as he slowly disappeared into the door. Only a faint voice could be heard. Have we been discovered? Who is it? Within the cave at the foot of Mount Innerheart. Yunxiao's eyes snapped open, and a beam of golden light retracted from Meng Wu's body. His expression was unreadable. Master. Meng Bai hurried forward and asked, "How's my sister?" When he saw Yunxiao's pale face, he felt his heart in his throat. Yunxiao was silent for a moment before he comforted him. "I'm fine. I'm just in a deep sleep." Meng Bai, have you ever heard of a man like this in your memory? He drew a person's face in detail, and at the same time, he gently carved the pattern on the ground for Meng Bai to identify. Meng Bai shook his head with a confused look. Yunxiao sighed, knowing that there would be no result. "In your impression, who are your parents?" he asked again. Meng Bai was stunned, and he said, "What does that have to do with anything? My father's name is Meng Yan. He was an outstanding soldier of Tianshui, and he sacrificed his life for the state. I still have my Medal of Honor here." He took out an iron badge and showed it to Yunxiao, which was beginning to rust. Two simple words were carved on it: Dream Salt. "What about your mother?" Yunxiao asked. "What about your mother?" This Dream Salt who had sacrificed her life for the country was definitely not the key. A desolate look flashed across Meng Bai's face as he said, "It's my fault. I heard from my sister that my mother died during childbirth. I've never seen my mother before." Yunxiao felt a little powerless. He turned to Xiao Qingwang and said, "Qingwang, please go to Tianshui and investigate Meng Bai and her brother's background thoroughly. Don't miss anything." "Meng Wu?" Xiao Qingwang asked in surprise. "What does this have to do with Meng Wu's coma?" Yunxiao's expression turned serious as he said, "Someone has cast a restrictive spell on Meng Wu's Sea of Consciousness." "What?" Xiao Qingwang was taken aback and asked, "Who did it?" "I'm just guessing," Yunxiao said in a deep voice. "I can't be sure yet. If it's really that person, then we'll be in trouble." Xiao Qingwang seemed to have sensed the seriousness of the matter, because he had never heard the word trouble from Yunxiao's mouth after knowing him for so long. "Is that person very strong?" he asked carefully. "Strong? It's not just strong," Yunxiao said with a wry smile. "It can't be described with the word strong." Xiao Qingwang was taken aback, and then he said solemnly, "Don't worry, I'll definitely get to the bottom of this." He did not want to delay any further, so he asked Yunxiao to send him out of the Divine Realm tablet and headed for the state of Tianshui. Meng Bai was deeply worried, and he said, "Master, who is that person you're talking about? Since he's an expert, and my sister didn't offend him, why would he want to harm my sister?" "I don't know." Yunxiao shook his head slightly. "I don't know for now. But don't worry, that person shouldn't have any ill intentions. Otherwise, you and your sister would have died 1,000 times over." "Kid, is it really that person?" the demon dragon asked. "I feel that it's too unbelievable. There's no connection between the two at all." "I hope not," Yunxiao said with a wry smile. "I hope not. However, that imprint and the void slash we used when we escaped. In the current world, who else can it be other than that lord?" The demonic dragon was also silent. How many people in the world could there be that even Gu Feiyang had to address as lord? Looking at Meng Bai's dejected look, Yunxiao touched him and comforted him. "Don't worry about your sister. At least Master has confirmed that your sister will be fine, and it's only a matter of time before she wakes up. During this time, you'll also become more and more powerful. Today, Master will teach you a martial skill." Meng Bai nodded firmly, and his eyes flickered with a green light as he said, "I want to become very powerful and never let my sister get hurt again." The demonic dragon seemed to have sensed something and said in shock, "Kid, your disciple's health is not good. Heaven, earth, venomous body?" Yunxiao laughed. "What do you think? It's awesome, right?" The demonic dragon was stunned. The younger brother has the heaven-earth venomous body, while the older sister has that person's seal in her body. The origins of these two siblings are definitely not ordinary. "No matter what, these two siblings are important people to me," Yunxiao said with a sigh. "No matter who they are, I will not let anyone hurt them. Then Yunxiao taught Meng by the floating life seal. A moment later, his figure flashed and he arrived in Yanwu. Now, the 9 dragons of spirit qi in Yanwu had descended from the clouds, and a sea of spirit qi was overflowing from the city. The divine realm tablet was towering into the 9 heavens and pressing down on the earth, looking like a place full of immortal qi. Ding Ling however, was not in the mood at all. Her face was slightly pale, and she was in a daze. As soon as she saw Yunxiao, she hurried up to him. What? Yunxiao chuckled. Have you brought a terrible thing? Why do you look so bad? Ding Ling did not smile at all. She said in a deep voice, Young Master Yun, it's bad. Do you know why no sect has come to provoke you recently? Who says there isn't? Yunxiao laughed. Didn't the Battle Wolf Temple make a move? 7 martial emperors of the War Wolf Temple have died. But they're still indifferent, Ding Ling said. It's because there's been a rumor recently that you've destroyed the Constellation Sect's branch in Qinghai. The sect leader of the Constellation Sect, Old Man Constellation, has flown into a rage and is planning to cross the border to destroy Yanwu. Yunxiao's face darkened, and then he said, Old Monster Xianxia is personally taking action. Seeing the change in his expression, Ding Ling became even more worried. Yes, the news said that Old Man Xianxia is currently setting up a teleportation formation, and he wants to settle the score with you personally. The reason was that you destroyed their Constellation Sect's branch. Young Master Yun, did you really do it? The Blueluan warship. There are only a few in the entire southern region, Yunxiao said. The Constellation Sect in Qinghai happened to have lost one, and I took out another one, so it was natural that they would suspect me. Besides, Star Constellation probably had an ulterior motive. Now that Yanwu was the meat in the eyes of the entire heavenly martial continent, he was just finding an excuse to make the first move. The other large sects can't find an excuse to openly disobey the Iron Order of the Holy Realm. Ding Ling was overjoyed and said, So you didn't do it? As long as you didn't do it, there's still room for redemption. It's not a coincidence, Yunxiao said with a smile. I did. Ding Ling's joy was suddenly extinguished. She had no hope at all. He said with a bad expression, Young Master Yun, what should we do? I've already sent a letter back to the headquarters of the Tianyuan Trading Company, asking them to find a way to deal with the Sacred Zone and let the emissaries of the Sacred Zone interfere. But I'm afraid it won't have much effect. Yunxiao was also lost in thought as he paced back and forth. Suddenly, he raised an eyebrow and said, I have a way. Go to the Tianxiang Empire and find a person. That person is dressed in plain clothes and always has a wooden zither in his hands. This person owes me a lover back then. As long as you say a melody laughing at the east wind to him, he will naturally agree to a request of yours and return the favor. Ding Ling mumbled a few times, and her eyes revealed a look of confusion. She asked suspiciously, The old man Xianxia is a famous martial emperor of the 9 Heavens realm in the eastern region. Can he really save Yanwu? As long as he's willing to come, Yunxiao said with a smile. He'll be fine. Ding Ling's confidence was greatly boosted. Yunxiao was a great figure in the past, and those who owed him favors were by no means ordinary people. However, she was still suspicious. Could there be a martial supreme powerhouse hiding in the marketplace of the southern region? I'll immediately mobilize all my forces to search for it. Ding Ling did not dare to delay, so she immediately got up and left. After she left, Yunxiao's face turned serious. He had no idea if the man was still in the Tianxiang Empire. He looked at the sky and muttered, Li Huaqi, if you didn't come, I would have been in real trouble this time. With Yanwu's current strength, it was impossible for it to compete with a martial emperor of the 9th heaven, let alone a famous martial emperor. The news spread like wildfire, and it seemed that the entire southern mountain range was in an uproar. Everyone was paying attention to this matter. The storm was brewing, and the forces of the entire southern region began to shrink their scope of activity. This was especially true for the Thousand Cranes court of the Tianxiang Empire. The entire sect was filled with tension. In fact, they were the ones who had done the good deed in secret when the Constellation branch in Qinghai was destroyed. They were also afraid that the old monster constellation would find out about it, and then it would be a disaster for the whole family. After Ding Linger left, Yun Xiao began to cultivate in seclusion, refining the profound level weapons he had obtained in the Soaring Heaven King Palace. The purple cauldron was faintly engraved with obscure tadpole-like characters. When he touched it with his hand, he was bounced back by the rule force. A golden light emerged in Yun Xiao's hand, and he slowly touched them one by one. At that moment, streams of purple mist overflowed from the purple cauldron and rose into the air, condensing into 3 big characters above it before vanishing one by one. The cauldron of mountain and river. He sat down cross-legged and began to refine it. Without the cauldron inscription, it was extremely difficult to refine it. Unless one's strength was extraordinary and they could refine it by force, but even in his previous life, he was afraid that he could not do it by force. While Ding Linger was searching for the zither-carrying man in the Tianxiang Empire, in the southern sea adjacent to the Tianxiang Empire, the Firefish clan's territory was densely packed with a large number of sea clans, who had almost surrounded the entire Firefish clan with a murderous aura. Where is Lord Weishi? If you don't say it now, I'll exterminate your Firefish clan. An aggressive member of the Jet Bat race shouted coldly. He had the aura of a martial emperor of the 7 constellations realm. They were surrounded by the Bat's Pit army, which had 5 martial emperors. 2 of them were even at the peak of the martial emperor realm. All the Firefish people cowered together in fear, unable to breathe under the pressure of those powerful auras. Tai Fan's face was pale. Lord Wei, she is extremely powerful, he said through gritted teeth. How would we know where he went? Tai Ling also clenched his fists and said fiercely, You're all bad people. Wei Shi is missing, and you're here to bully us. The expression of the Jet Bat man became extremely indifferent. He said coldly, Since you're so full that you won't say anything, then I can only send your entire race to heaven. From now on, the Firefish clan will no longer exist in the South Sea. With a wave of his hand, the surrounding members of the Jet Bat race rushed down with murderous intent. The expressions of all the Firefish clan members changed drastically. Looking at the overwhelming number of Futu clan members, each and every one of them revealed a look of despair. Tai Fan grabbed Tai Ling and said, You follow behind me. All the Firefish people, gather your combat strength. We'll fight our way out for you. You must escape and go to the human world. Find Lord Holy Envoy in Yanwu City of Firecrow Empire. He will definitely help you. Tai Ling's body trembled, and tears gushed out. His entire body was trembling non-stop. He wanted to fight with everyone, but he understood the meaning of his life. The hope of the entire Firefish clan was on him, and if he died, the clan would really be extinct forever. Resolve flashed in the eyes of Tai Fan, Tai Fei, and the others. They stood in front of Tai Ling like brave warriors who knew they were moths to a flame, but they still threw themselves at it. Humph! Even an ant like you is making your final struggle. The members of the Futu clan all revealed looks of ridicule and malevolence. A large number of experts' auras surged, and the surrounding seawater seemed to be boiling at this moment, emitting violent bubbles. All of a sudden, a wave surged up in the sea and spread out in front of the Firefish clan. That power startled everyone. All the Futu clan members seemed to have been hit by a petrifying spell at that moment. They stopped and could not move at all. At some point, a man in a black robe had appeared between the Futun clan and the Firefish clan. He stood there silently, as if he had never been there. The black-robed man's sudden appearance shocked everyone. He ignored the conflict between the 2 clans and said to the Firefish clan, Is your Kunwu divine tree here? Tai Fan was shocked. The man in front of him had no aura at all. If he had not seen it with his eyes, he would not have believed that there was someone in front of him. Even though he had seen it with his eyes, it felt blurry and unreal. Suddenly, he seemed to have caught onto something and hurriedly shouted, My lord, please save my clan. Tai Fan will tell you everything he knows. The expression of the Futu clan member turned cold. He had also noticed the strange behavior of this person and suddenly shouted, Who are you? We are the Futu clan, the rulers of the sea within 10,000 miles. Please don't interfere with the internal affairs of my clan. The black-robed man did not pay any attention to the Futu clan members. Instead, he turned to Tai Fan and said in a faint voice, "You want me to do something for you? It's not up to you to say it or not." There seemed to be an eye flashing through the black robe. Tai Fan's body trembled, and he instantly lost consciousness. His face gradually turned dull. A large amount of memories in his mind were read directly by him. From the moment he was born, scenes flashed by all the way until this moment. He had gone through his life in an instant without holding back anything. Gulu gulu. A moment later, Tai Fan's feet directly became light, and his whole body floated in the seawater, slowly floating upward. His pupils had already dilated, and he was already dead. Ah! When the Firefish clan people around them noticed Tai Fan's strange behavior, they were all stunned. The strongest person of the Firefish clan, Tai Fan, a martial emperor of the 7 constellations realm, had died without even making a single move. The black-robed man was expressionless, as if he had done something extremely insignificant, as if he had just taken a sip of tea. He muttered to himself, "Saint? Li Yunxiao. I didn't expect someone to possess the true phoenix flame. Not bad, not bad." He looked at Tai Fei, who was trembling with blue veins popping out, and said, "I still need to confirm the accuracy of the information." Tai Fei trembled in rage, but in an instant, he calmed down and became dazed. Almost exactly like Tai Fan. In just a few breaths, bubbles kept coming out of his mouth as he spread his limbs and floated to the surface of the sea. He was dead. Ah! Not only the Firefish clan, but even the Futon clan members were dumbfounded. They were so horrified that they felt a chill all over their bodies. They wanted to retreat, but they felt their bodies stiffen and could not move no matter what. Even the Futu clan's powerhouses at the peak of the martial emperor realm were all drenched in cold sweat, and their limbs were numb. "I'm going to kill you." Tai Ling's mind went blank. He could not help but rush forward. The trident in his hand struck the black-robed man wildly. The surrounding seawater was pulled down by his power. "You want to kill me?" The black-robed man smiled faintly. Tai Ling's attacks exploded around him, but he was not hurt at all. However, he still attacked madly one after another. He didn't have any other thoughts in his mind and only became crazier and crazier. The black-robed man's shadow seemed to become ethereal in the sea, as if he was not in this space. "Your courage is commendable," he said indifferently. "This is a reward for your tribe for providing me with clues. I'll help you solve this crisis." He gently raised his hand and pointed forward. The fingertip seemed to come from the void countless miles away and merged with the point in the sea. Rays of golden light spread out from his fingertips and spread in all directions. Wherever the golden light passed, the Futu clan members were instantly reduced to ashes. As the golden light spread, the sea clans, led by the Futu clan, disappeared completely under the light, as if they had never existed in this space, with the exception of the Firefish clan. In a breath's time, the golden light disappeared from the bottom of the sea. The black-robed man also disappeared. The entire sea became quiet, so quiet that it was a little strange. Gulp! Tai Ling swallowed his saliva and looked around in a daze. The bottom of the sea, which had been full of killing intent a breath ago, was now devoid of any signs of life except for the Firefish clan. The deathly silence was terrifying. In an instant, he lost all his strength and passed out in the sea. The Firefish people were shocked, and they all came forward to take care of him. Under the discussion of several elders, the entire Firefish clan began to migrate. Yunxiao had been refining the few 9th-tier mystic artifacts in the Divine Realm tablet, so he knew nothing about the outside world. The heavenly martial arts realm, which had been restless, suddenly quieted down when old monster Xianxia was about to cross the domain. It seemed that they had begun to observe. Somewhere in Mount Inch, Yunxiao cast a few incantations into the bell-shaped object. A few ancient characters Dynasty Bell were printed on the bell, and in the end, it disappeared into his forehead with a flash. He opened his eyes, and rays of golden light flashed through them. His figure flashed and disappeared from where he was. The next moment, he stood directly on the top of the Divine Realm tablet. He looked at the clouds and said loudly, "Since you're here, then come out." The sky was clear, and there were only 9 streams of spirit chi flowing in the air. The dense aura filled the air, making it seem peaceful. A middle-aged man had appeared in the sky out of nowhere and was walking down step by step. When Xianxia saw the man's face clearly, he was slightly taken aback. Jutian sect master, Qifeng? You know me? Qifeng was surprised. Sect master Qi, Xianxia said with a faint smile. Your name is well known in the southern region. Who doesn't know you? He still had some impression of Qifeng's appearance, but he was still an inexperienced child back then. Now he was already an overlord. Many people know my name, but I don't think the Lord of Cloud Sky City is one of those who have seen my face, Qifeng said suspiciously. I've heard someone describe you, Xianxia said with a smile. So, I knew it was you at first sight. Although Qifeng still felt that something was wrong, he didn't want to dwell on this issue. Instead, he changed the topic and said, Is the profound level weapon you're stepping on the stone tablet that suppressed the 7 martial emperors of the Battle Wolf Temple? It's pure luck, Xianxia said with a faint smile. I'm just lucky. Qifeng did not comment and said, He suppressed 7 martial emperors by luck. That's really heaven-defying luck. This stone tablet gave me a strange feeling. At a glance, I can't even tell its rank, but I'm sure it's at least an 8th grade profound artifact. Aren't you afraid that someone will remember it if you show it off like this? This steel is suppressed here, Xianxia said. It's used to intimidate thieves and rascals. No one dared to offend him. However, it doesn't seem to be of any use. Sect leader Qi still came. Qifeng laughed and said, Haha. The city lord of Cloud Sky City is just as I heard. There's no end to his arrogance. The light in his eyes turned sharp as he shouted. Am I just a small fry in your eyes? The aura of a martial honor was released from his body along with his sharp eyes. The entire sky changed color and dark clouds began to gather, making it extremely dark. Xianxia was not afraid at all. He raised his head and said with a smile, Those who have designs on my Yen City Lord are thieves and rascals. I wonder if Sect Master Qi is here today to be a small fry or an important guest. Qifeng stared at him for a while, his heart filled with shock. Finally, he sighed and said, I'm not an honored guest today, nor am I a small fry. The city of Yanwu was born at this time. Receiving the endless spiritual energy from Mount Meru, it was no longer an ordinary spiritual mountain. Even when compared with the 7 superpowers of the heavenly martial realm, it was not inferior. Even if I, Qifeng, had the intention to do so, I don't have the strength to do so. After saying that, he stared at Xianxia, his meaning obvious. So, Sect leader Qi, you want me to know my place and give up Yanwu? Xianxia laughed. Is that so? That's only one of the reasons. The Lord of Cloud Sky City is a smart man, and I don't need to say more about the key points. The second was the matter of old man Xianxia's cross-realm visit. Let me ask you, was it you who destroyed the Constellation Sect branch in Qinghai? Not really, Xianxia said. I just robbed the Blueluan warship. Could it be that Sect Master Qi is helping old monster Xianxia? I didn't believe it at first. Qifeng's pupils contracted as he sighed. I didn't expect it to be true. Even if you didn't destroy the Constellation Sect's branch, it's hard to explain now. I hope that the Cloud Sky City Lord can come with me. Where to? Xianxia frowned. Where are you going? Saint Domain. Qifeng looked at him and said word by word. Xianxia laughed. You want to take me to the holy region to explain things clearly. Then, you can use the power of the holy region to stop old monster Xianxia from crossing the border and interfering with the affairs of the southern region? Qifeng sighed. The Lord of Cloud Sky City is indeed a smart man. It's just that he's too arrogant. Now that I've been forced into the eye of the storm, there are many things that even I can't control. Xianxia's eyes flickered as he said with a smile, Sect Master Qi, you're too naive. Everyone could tell that the old monster star constellation had other intentions. Even if I were to go to the saint level with you, I wouldn't be able to explain these things in a short amount of time. As long as that old monster sent a disciple to deal with us in the holy region, he would be able to cross regions and soon take Yanwu under his control. It'll be useless to say anything then. Qi Feng frowned and said, I've thought about that as well. However, the southern region obviously can't keep Yanwu. It didn't matter if old man Xianxia or the others had to go. It was the same after all. I'm just afraid that old monster Xianxia will make a big deal out of this matter and interfere in the matter between the Sky Fragrance Empire and Firecrow Empire. The look on Yunxiao's face gradually turned cold as he said in a cold voice, In order to ensure the safety of your two empires, you have to sacrifice me no matter what. Qi Feng's face was filled with helplessness as he said, The strong are the kings. Neither you nor I have a choice. Yunxiao sneered and said, Ha ha! I can't help it. I don't know much about Grandmaster Qi, but my life has always been in my own hands. If you want to capture me today, then there's no need to say anything more. Let's fight. As soon as he shouted the word battle, the sky was instantly filled with golden light, which flickered non-stop in the spiritual Qi. It was like a golden ocean, with waves rolling up and down, and the heaven and earth were covered in golden light. The city lord of Cloud Sky City is a smart man. Why would he do something so boring? Qi Feng frowned. In his opinion, Yunxiao's resistance was completely meaningless. Yunxiao's eyes flickered with mockery as he said coldly, 1. You must always control your own destiny. 2. Do not underestimate any opponent. Didn't Hua Qianshu teach you these two things? Qi Feng's expression changed and he said angrily, You're looking for death. Your honorable master's name is not something you can casually call. I originally thought you were a talent, but since you're not good or bad, don't blame me for being impolite. With a wave of his hand, the dark clouds in the sky immediately pressed down, facing the golden ocean below. The two colors cut the sky apart. I'll give you one last chance. Follow me. Don't put up any unnecessary resistance. Qi Feng kindly advised. Qi Feng, Yunxiao said proudly. Although you are a martial supreme, you lack the heart of a strong man. Hua Qianshu doesn't have anything to teach you, so I'll teach you today. Impudent! Qi Feng was finally enraged and shouted. You actually dare to call my respected master's name without any respect. Today, I won't allow you to be arrogant. With a wave of his hand, the rumbling dark clouds in the sky quickly gathered and formed a huge handprint that pressed down on the golden light below. The entire city of Yanwu was immediately shrouded in a shadow, and it felt extremely oppressive and uncomfortable. Yunxiao stood in the wind, showing no fear as he quickly performed incantation gestures with both hands. The golden light spirit sea quickly condensed into a huge golden sword. It bloomed under the dark cloud handprint and slowly rose up. The two forces were in a stalemate in the sky. Qi Feng's expression changed slightly, and a hint of mockery flashed across his face. He formed a seal with his hands, and the dark cloud handprint quickly shrank. Its size kept shrinking, as if it had absorbed all the dark clouds in the sky, and began to turn black. The golden sword stopped rising and gradually disintegrated under the black handprint. The golden light flickered and continued to sink, clearly unable to resist. Yunxiao's face was still calm, as if he had expected this. Then, he changed the incantation gesture in his hand. In the city of Yanwu, a defensive light burst out in a large area, emerging in 7 colors and overlapping layer by layer before spreading out. The 7-colored light quickly swept over the black handprint. Rays of light radiated out and gradually diluted the color of the handprint. Yunxiao pointed with one hand, and the golden sword began to absorb the golden light around it crazily, turning bright and letting out a sword cry. It began to push the handprint back into the sky, as if it was going to break through the dome. Green Lotus Sword Song Scatter. Yunxiao cried out as he made a strange gesture with his hands. The golden sword suddenly glowed white, and gradually lotus-shaped sword flowers bloomed in the air. It was as if it was using all its strength to break through the darkness. Boom, boom, boom. The sword light exploded like a lotus flower that had just finished its blooming process. It was dazzling and eye-catching. A golden ocean spread out in the sky, and Yanwu slowly glowed under the light. Yunxiao stood proudly on the Divine Realm tablet. His lonely figure seemed to have been standing there since ancient times, as firm as a rock. Qi Feng's figure flickered in the golden light. His eyes flickered with that proud and aloof figure. He was extremely shocked, and his heartstrings were also moved. "You're very strong. At your age, you can be considered a once-in-10,000 years genius. If you come with me today, I can guarantee your life. With your talent, you'll be able to become a martial sovereign in a few decades. It won't be too late for you to come back then." Qi Feng's heart was once again filled with appreciation for talent as he advised. Yunxiao smiled proudly and said coldly, "If I were to follow you today, where would my unyielding martial intent be? Without a strong heart, how can I break through to the Nine Heavens realm?" "Qi Feng, it's useless to say anything more." Qi Feng's face gradually became serious and he said, "All right, you're an opponent worthy of respect. I'll fulfill your unyielding martial intent today and capture you after you've been seriously injured." He clasped his hands together and gradually separated them. A ray of light was pulled straight in his hands and gradually turned into a silver arrow. He raised it in the air, aimed at Yunxiao, and shot it out. The long arrow dragged a long tail and streaked across the sky like a shooting star falling to the ground. The surroundings were illuminated in a deathly white color, and it was impossible to see. Yunxiao took a deep breath. Even with the backing of the Solar Golden Sword Array and the Great Void Celestial Capital Array, he did not have the slightest chance of winning today's battle. However, his indomitable will to fight did not allow him to retreat even a little. Sword Technique Star Destruction. The purple Shadow Qing Sua sword appeared in his palm, and a purple-green color filled half the sky. Within it, speckles of starlight flickered and disappeared continuously. Thousands of starlight gathered into a sword qi and slashed out across the sky, wanting to split the entire world apart. Boom! The two forces exploded, and Yunxiao's star-destroying sword qi was instantly shattered. The silver arrow continued to fall from the sky, about to pierce through him. Qi Feng's pupils suddenly contracted as he said in shock, "I heard that you have the 3 sword techniques of Lord Gu Feiyang. I didn't expect it to be true." His eyes revealed a look of desire, and he said, "I'm willing to use my treasures to exchange for these 3 sword techniques. I guarantee that you'll benefit endlessly." Yunxiao took a few steps back on the Divine Realm tablet and performed a series of hand seals. The 7-colored light of the Great Void Heaven Capital Formation glowed in front of him, surrounding the arrow and dissolving it. Heh! These 3 sword techniques represent 3 kinds of sword essence: Demon Slayers, Star Obliteration, and Dawn Light. Even if I pass it to you, what's the use of copying it? If one day your comprehension of martial essence can reach this level, you will naturally learn it. Yunxiao stood with his sword in his arms and said indifferently, "Don't use these warm-up moves anymore. I don't have time to practice with you." Qi Feng was shocked. Although Yunxiao had nullified his arrow with the power of the formation, he was only a martial king. No matter how heaven-defying he was, could he fight him across 3 realms? It was impossible. "Since you've already made up your mind, I'll grant you a battle as you wish." Qi Feng's figure slowly rose in the air. As his aura rose, an indescribable feeling spread out from his body, shaking people's hearts and souls. His hands were constantly forming incantation seals, and rays of golden light appeared in the surroundings. "I don't know where you learned your martial arts," he said proudly, "but my master is the first disciple of Lord Gu Feiyang. Today, I will use Lord Gu Feiyang's ultimate skill to fight you." Floating like a dream, flying with a seal, Qi Feng's body emitted rays of golden light, as if a god had descended. He formed an ancient seal with his hands, and a seal formed behind him. "Floating life seal, die!" he shouted, and the seal behind him began to spin slowly, creating layers of illusions in the sky. It was as if it was going to collapse the world. The entire city of Yanwu trembled under this attack. Yunxiao's pupils constricted as well. He looked at the move he had created with an indescribable feeling in his heart. Sword Technique Demon Slaying. A dragon's roar burst out from the purple shadow of the Xianxia sword and pierced through the 9 heavens. A dragon's shadow pierced through the heavens and earth. Then he leaped into the air and quickly formed a hand seal. The divine realm tablet emitted streams of light and colors, and ancient and incomprehensible characters spread out from it. The fire territory crossed over, and the ancient will opened up above Yanwu, sweeping toward Qi Feng at a high speed. Boom! The demon-slaying sword Qi crashed into the huge floating life seal and was instantly shattered. The dragon shadow disappeared in an instant. The difference in strength between the two was too great. Even if Yunxiao attacked with all his strength, it would be in vain. The huge seal fell rapidly and rushed into the ancient essence. The golden light instantly dimmed as if it was under great pressure, but it was still dazzling, as if a huge seal was going to be stamped on the earth. The dynasty bell! Yunxiao cried out as a bright light flickered between his eyebrows. Clang! Clang! An ancient bell rang in the sky, shattering everyone's hearts. The sound of the bell seemed to come from an endless distance. An ancient bell appeared in the sky and stood above the fire territory. The floating life seal suddenly dissipated under the sound of the bell, turning into golden light spots that scattered like starlight. Qi Feng's mind trembled. Not only did the sound of the bell break his floating life seal, it also shook his soul and reverberated in his mind. What profound level weapon is this? Qi Feng's pupils suddenly contracted, and he cried out in horror. It's said that you obtained a 9th-tier profound artifact in Mount Meru. Is it this ancient bell? Yunxiao pointed his finger, and the dynasty bell quickly flew into his hand. Its ancient charm spread out continuously, and its artifact essence was abundant. When it rang, it seemed to pass through a long time, and one dynasty and one generation were turned to dust. Qi Feng's face became serious. He stood in the air and did not say a word. His brows were furrowed as he pondered. After a long while, he slowly said, "In every era, there will be peerless figures. Not only do you have extraordinary strength and shocking martial intent, but you also have great luck. Perhaps this entire era will be suppressed by you." His face regained its solemnness, and his figure gradually dissipated in the air. Only a faint voice was heard. "I won't ask about this matter anymore. You're on your own." Standing in the air, Yunxiao looked at Qi Feng's gradually fading voice and chuckled. This Qi Feng is quite a character. It's just that he lacks that domineering aura that terrorizes all directions. I don't know if he can break into the 9 heavens realm in the future. He looked down at Yanwu, which was filled with spiritual energy, and began to worry. After a long time, he sighed and said, "I'm not even a martial honors match. I'm afraid Yanwu can't hold on any longer." He cast 2 spells and put the divine realm tablet and the dynasty bell into his glabella. Then, he landed and walked into the city lord mansion. "City lord." Wu Zhisher walked out shakily and said, "My lord, were there enemies again just now?" He was just a mortal, and the things that had happened recently had long gone beyond his understanding. Normally, he could only do what a mortal deputy city lord should do, trying his best to maintain order and stability. Besides, Yunxiao had almost never asked about the affairs in the city. He wrote a series of recent events into a letter and reported it to the capital. Qin Yu's approval always had only one line. "Everything is decided by King Wuqing and cannot be disobeyed." Yunxiao nodded. "Don't worry. The entire Yanwu is in my array. The battle between ordinary warriors will not involve mortals. You just do your job well." "But Wu." "But what?" Wu Zisher's heart trembled. "But," Yunxiao sighed, "I might leave this place soon. But don't worry, I'll be back soon." His eyes flashed. "No matter who takes over Yanwu during my absence, I'm sure they won't make things difficult for you. You just need to do your best." Wu Zisher was very nervous, but he nodded heavily. He also knew that Yanwu was no longer an ordinary city. Even the royal family of Tianshui could do nothing about it, let alone him, the deputy city lord. After giving his instructions, Yunxiao began to cultivate quietly. 3 days later, a large number of martial artists began to enter Yanwu, but they were all very careful, discussing in detail, and no one dared to make a scene. I heard that old man Xianxia will be coming over in 2 days. At that time, I'll be able to see how a martial sovereign of the 9 heavens fights. Tisk tsk. I've never seen a martial emperor in my life. I can finally have a taste of my long-cherished wish. Taste my ass. Old man Xianxia is only here to serve as a deterrent. Do you think he, a mighty martial emperor, would have to deal with the city lord of Yanwu himself? That's true. However, the city lord of Yanwu was no pushover. Don't forget that the 7 martial emperors of the War Wolf Temple have all been suppressed and killed in this city. Humph, that's just a rumor. How could you believe such a ridiculous thing? I also heard that the reason why old man Xianxia came here in person was that Su Feng, who was killed in Qinghai, was his beloved friend. That's very possible. Hurry. Hurry up and tell everyone what happened. The group of people immediately became excited, each of them craning their necks to listen. The same thing was happening in every place in Yanwu, and everyone was excited to see the show. The strength of the southern region was the weakest among the 3 regions of the heavenly martial realm. Not to mention martial emperor powerhouses, even the existence of martial venerables was difficult for many people to see in their lifetime. Now that they heard that a martial emperor had come from another realm, almost all of them could not help but come to Yanwu to watch the show. Regardless of whether or not he could see the martial sovereign in person, at least he had something to talk about in this life. It was enough for him to show off for the rest of his life. With such a mentality, a large number of passerby and bystanders poured in, and Yanwu was once again full after the opening of Mount Meru. However, most of them were here to witness a historical event. The eyes of the major forces had already been inserted among them. Many of the sects had their sect masters in person, which showed the importance of this event. In a luxurious box, more than a dozen prominent figures of Firecrow Empire were having a detailed discussion. The person sitting at the head of the table was Qi Feng himself. As the most powerful man in Firecrow Empire, he was also present. All the people below were figures who could shake Firecrow Empire with a stomp of their feet. There was also Lung Xingbua, Wang Songhe, the sect master of the Heavenly Jewel sect, the elders of the various sects, and the consecrated Yuan members led by Xian Pai. They were all seated at the bottom. An elder from Jutian sect said slowly, "This Li Yunxiao is really something. He didn't escape. The inescapable net we set up around Yanwu to prevent him from escaping was completely useless. What is this person thinking? Does he want to fight with old man Xianxia? The young man has some ability and thinks he's so great. He doesn't put the world in his eyes." Another elder stroked his beard and laughed. "He's gone too far this time. Only complete destruction awaits him." Qi Feng frowned and seemed to be a little unhappy. He said lightly, "No matter what, we can no longer interfere in the affairs of Yanwu. After this incident, no matter who took over Yanwu, it would definitely be an existence that surpassed the Firecrow Empire. Everyone can take this opportunity to feel the pressure of a martial sovereign of the 9 heavens. It will be very beneficial for your future cultivation." Wang Songhe's fingers gently tapped on the table and said with a smile, "I'm also looking forward to seeing a martial sovereign in action. But it shouldn't be possible, right? After all, if old man Xianxia were to personally take action against a teenager, how could he possibly stoop so low?" Everyone nodded one after another, obviously in agreement with Wang Songhe's words. "I reckon that when the time comes, any of the martial honors under old man Xianxia will be able to solve the problem," an elder said. "It's always hard to predict how things will turn out," said Qi Feng indifferently. No one had expected Yanwu to become what it was now in just a few months. No one can say for sure if old man Xianxia will make a move. "Yunxiao?" Lung Xingbua was a little surprised. "Sect Master Qi seems to like this Li Yunxiao, right?" Qi Feng glanced at him and said, "Where is Sect Leader Lung? I think he stole your Frost Hook and Bright Snow. Why isn't there any movement from your emotion-severing mountain?" Hong Ling, who was behind Lung Xingbua, trembled slightly. Her eyes flashed with anger. "It's just a mystic weapon. Since it's lost, it's lost." Lung Xingbua chuckled. Wang Songhe suddenly smiled and said, "Lung Xingbua, when did you become so magnanimous? I remember that a few years ago my disciple stole more than 100 primeval stones from your disciple, but you still killed your way to the sect. That's a peak 6-tier profound weapon. Are you afraid? TSK, no wonder. I heard that Yun Shao suppressed 7 martial emperors of the War Wolf Temple not long ago, causing the temple's position in the Tianxiang Empire to plummet. Xian Ruyu, who was also sitting below, finally couldn't hold it in any longer and said, Master, the truth of this matter still needs to be verified. How could Yun Shao suppress 7 martial emperors? He might not even be a match for me, let alone a martial emperor. Among the people present, although he was extremely old. However, as Wang Songhe's personal disciple and the heir to the Firecrow Empire's royal family, his words were not too abrupt. Many elders also nodded one after another, obviously in agreement with him. Juqiansek's Fong De glanced at him and said, I don't know if Yun Shao can suppress 7 martial emperors, but his true combat strength must be above that of a 2-stars martial emperor. Your Highness Prince Xian, Li Yun Shao is a little better than you. Xian Ruyu's expression changed and he said in disbelief, Rumors are always exaggerated. He's only 15 years old, and only a martial king. Who would believe that he can suppress a martial emperor? Fong De's brows slightly furrowed. Many people had seen the battle on Chonghua Island. However, if he had not seen it with his own eyes, it was indeed a little unbelievable to just say it. He immediately shut his mouth and stopped talking. Ruyu, the world is so big, Wang Songhe said. A peerless generation with such strong talent is not something we can imagine. Yun Shao must be very strange, and Yu Jilin's disappearance must be related to him. What surprised me the most was that Yu Jilin's tablet of life was still there and it was full of life. It was obvious that he was not in danger and his cultivation had increased. But how did we completely lose contact? Xian Ruyu's expression turned unsightly when he heard this. He explained, Maybe Uncle Yu is hiding somewhere in seclusion, trying to break through his bottleneck. Wang Songhe nodded slightly and said, Looking at the change in aura on the Life Memorial tablet, it does seem like he's cultivating. However, with Yu Jilin's personality, he would never hide without a word. My guess is that he might be trapped somewhere by Yun Shao. Trapped in a certain place? Xian Ruyu shook his head like a rattledrum and denied. Uncle Yu is a 6-stars martial emperor. How can Li Yun Shao have such ability? If it weren't for Master Bailey Gongjin's interference, Uncle Yu and I would have captured Li Yun Shao. Qi Feng looked at him indifferently and said, A 6-stars martial emperor? If that's all he can do, it won't be a problem for Yun Shao to trap him. What? Everyone was shocked and couldn't believe what they were seeing. However, with Qi Feng's status, since he had said it, it was naturally not a lie. Among them, Xian Ruyu found it the most difficult to accept this. He said in a low voice, Why do you say that, Sect Master Qi? Because I've fought him before, Qi Feng replied. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, overwhelmed with shock. The number 1 man of Firecrow Empire had actually fought with Yun Shao before. And the result? Hong Ling suddenly couldn't help asking. Fong De glanced at her and said nonchalantly, Of course, the sect master will suppress Li Yun Shao. Do you even need to ask? What do you think of his strength, Sect Master Qi? Hong Ling blushed. Xian Ruyu also perked up his ears and listened carefully. Qi Feng pondered for a moment and said, I used 2 moves in total, but they were all nullified by him. We didn't exchange any further blows, but he gave me an unfathomable feeling. Although I felt that it would not be a problem to suppress him steadily, I had a feeling that it would not be that easy. At the very least, a 6-stars martial emperor is no match for him. With this, everyone looked at each other in dismay. The number 1 man in Firecrow Empire had failed to take down his opponent with 2 moves. Sect Master Qi, how much power did you use? Xian Ruyu could not help but ask. The first time I attacked, I suppressed my power to a 3-star martial emperor, Qi Feng said. Then I raised it to a 5-stars martial emperor. The second attack was the power of a 9-stars martial emperor, which was also resolved by him in 2 moves. After that, I left. Swish! Everyone was taken aback. feeling a chill in their hearts. If he could nullify the power of a 9-stars martial emperor, then how many people present, except for the 3 sect masters, could be his match? Xian Ruyu's face instantly turned pale, and his competitive spirit instantly crumbled. I don't know how he managed to suppress the 7 martial emperors of the War Wolf Temple, Qifeng said. But he's so powerful that it's almost impossible for anyone below the martial honor level to suppress him. If he can escape this time, you must be careful when you meet him in the future and never provoke him. Yes, everyone chimed in. With Qifeng's warning, no one wanted to die. An existence that could contend with a 9-stars martial emperor was not someone they could make an enemy of. Among them, Xian Pai felt the most emotional. When he first met Yunxiao, it was during the Xingyang family's incident, when any martial grandmaster could kill him. It had only been a short while, but he had actually grown to a level where only martial honors could suppress him. This kind of improvement speed was extremely terrifying. All of a sudden, a series of rumbling sounds came from outside, as if the sky was shaking. Qifeng's face turned cold, and his eyes flashed with shock. "They're here!" Everyone was shocked. They naturally knew what he meant by coming, and rushed out one after another. After so many years, the southern region had once again welcomed the arrival of a martial sovereign. At this time, almost all the martial artists had swarmed onto the streets of Yanwu, and they looked up at the sky in shock. Lines of scarlet-red grid lines spread in the sky. From time to time, a force spread out from these grid lines. The sky kept rumbling, as if a hammer was hitting it. Is this the power of the inter-province transportation formation? Everyone looked up at the sky and felt the power. They were all fascinated. Qifeng's face changed slightly as he said, "As expected, old monster Xianxia doesn't have long intentions. I'm afraid that the people who came are an entire army." Lung Xinghua looked into the city lord's mansion worriedly. He could only sense a few auras, but none of them were strong. The strongest one was Duan Yu, who only had the strength of a 7-stars martial grandmaster. "Young Master Yun, are you really not leaving?" In the small courtyard of the city lord's mansion, Ding Linger was extremely anxious as she watched the teleportation array pattern in the sky fluctuate more and more violently. Xiao Qingwang, Luo Yunshang, Li Chunyang, Li Changfeng, Ji Meng, Jia Rong, and all his friends and family were standing around him. They all looked calm, as if they knew nothing about fear. Li Chunyang laughed and said, "Haha, I didn't expect that my grandson would be personally dealt with by a martial sovereign of the 9th heaven. I'm really proud of you." He patted Yun Xiao on the shoulder and said, "Kid, how is it? Do you have the confidence to defeat this martial supreme?" "Old man," Yun Xiao said with a wry smile, "Old Monster Constellation is a famous martial sovereign. The strength of a martial emperor was not something that ordinary people could fathom. The 9 heavens' will is the strongest will of martial arts. A few wisps of spirit sense can kill me in seconds." Li Chunyang was stunned for a moment. Then he frowned and said, "Then what should we do? You've never fallen before. Are you really going to die this time?" "We'll see," Yun Xiao said. "Didn't I ask Miss Ling to call for reinforcements? If they can make it in time, we'll be saved." "What if you can't make it?" Li Chunyang said with a frown. "Can't make it? Hee hee." Yun Xiao laughed evilly and stopped talking. If Li Huaqi couldn't make it in time, they could all hide in the Divine Realm tablet, which would be a win-win situation. "Humph, it's not that I'm looking down on you, old monster Xianxia. If you want to break the Divine Realm tablet, you can do it in your next life." "Qingwang." He turned to Xiao Qingwang and said, "How's the thing I asked you to find out?" "Just as young Master Yun expected," Xiao Qingwang said in a low voice. "That Meng Yan is not married at all. The Mengwu siblings must have been adopted." "That's right." Yun Xiao nodded gently. "I see." He immediately frowned and fell into deep thought. Yunshang asked, "Young Master Yun, who is the person you invited? Can we really defeat old man Xianxia?" Everyone was extremely curious about this question and listened carefully. The old man Xianxia was a martial sovereign of the 9 heavens who had been famous for a long time. He was well known even in the eastern region. They really couldn't think of anyone in the southern mountain range who could subdue the old monster star constellation. Only Ding Ling and Luo Yunxiang had some confidence. Yunxiao's friends from the past were naturally not ordinary people, but they were still a little worried. After all, things changed and people changed. Would the other party still remember their old feelings? Don't worry, Yunxiao said with a smile. That man has been obsessed with music all his life, and he has entered the Tao with pleasure. Not only does he have a heavenly cultivation base, but his music skills can also communicate with ghosts and gods. My only worry is that I can't find him. That'll be troublesome. Everyone became silent. Li Chunyang cursed. You're always keeping me in suspense. He couldn't be deliberately mystifying and deceiving people, right? If that was the case, there was no need to lie to his own people. Do you know any other martial supremes? This is simply nonsense. Although he said so, he basically believed it in his heart. After all, based on Yunxiao's recent performance, he would never believe that he did not have the support of an expert. The man who had been invited must be the expert behind Yunxiao. Ding Ling was about to say something, but her face suddenly turned cold. She took out a voice transmission jade plate which was shining with a warm light. He was overjoyed and hurriedly crushed it. A message was directly transmitted into his mind. I found it! Ding Ling was so excited that her whole body trembled. I just received news from the Tianxiang Empire. They said that they have found this person and have conveyed young Master Yun's words. Really? Everyone was overjoyed and excited. Did that man say anything? Yunxiang asked, still a little worried. Will they be the first to arrive? The smile on Ding Ling face gradually disappeared. She said, the message said that when the person was found, he was playing the zither in a small courtyard of a dilapidated house. When he heard laughing at the east wind with a clear sound, he was stunned for a moment. After that, she played a piece gently before packing up her zither and returning to her room. He didn't say a word. This buy-in. Everyone was dumbfounded as they looked at Yunxiao. Li Chunyang also cursed. What the hell is this? Whether or not you're coming, you should at least state your position. Ding Ling was also a little worried. Young Master Yun, will that person really come? The person I sent was a martial grandmaster. He said that the person playing the zither was an ordinary person and I couldn't sense any aura. Moreover, the zither in his hand is definitely not a profound artifact treasure. It's the most ordinary peachwood zither, the kind that can be bought with a silver coin. Yunxiao touched his nose and said with a satisfied smile, that's the peachwood zither. Don't worry, that guy must have gone to sleep. Every time he finished playing a piece, his favorite thing to do is to take a nap. Everyone was speechless. Ding Ling was stunned and said, sleep now? How can we make it in time? She raised her head to look at the sky. The array patterns were becoming clearer and clearer. There was a constant wave-like energy spreading in the air, as if someone would cross the domain and appear at any time. I can't help it, Yunxiao said with a wry smile. This is his habit. You have to sleep after playing the zither. Even the heavens can't stop you. Boom, boom, boom. The sky suddenly trembled and seemed to collapse. The grid-like array patterns began to flash with a blinding light, and countless water-like energy of various sizes spread in the air, forming black holes that rotated violently. Within those black holes, something was slowly appearing. They're here. In Yanwu, everyone stared nervously at the black holes, their palms sweating. They just wanted to see the legendary martial sovereign of the 9 heavens. In the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Tiger King chariots emerged from the black hole one after another, filling the entire sky. There were actually more than 100 of them. Then, 8 Blueluan warships slowly came out and arranged themselves in a formation. They were full of weapon charm and amazing power. At this time, from the largest black hole, 3 larger warships emerged. They were existences that the southern region cultivators had never seen before. The 2 behind them were slightly smaller, completely golden in color. They were the 7th grade Golden Sun battleships. The largest ship in front was almost like a moving fortress floating in the sky, blocking the entire starry sky and casting Yanwu into darkness. An 8th grade Netherworld warship, The grid in the sky gradually disappeared, and everything returned to normal. However, with more than 100 battleships of various sizes floating in the air, no one could calm down. Many people's hearts began to beat faster. If a war were to break out, the entire Yanwu would be annihilated. The people who watched the fire from the top of the city wall, were afraid that they would also be implicated. All of a sudden, everyone held their breath and became nervous. At this moment, people started to stand out from the front of each chariot. All of them had arrogant expressions on their faces as they looked down with their disdainful eyes, as if they were looking at a group of ants. A large group of martial artists also began to emerge from the front of the Netherworld battleship. There were also rows of beautiful maidservants, standing on both sides of the ship. They were all 11 or 12 years old, and they were all beautiful and charming. At this moment, a golden seat flew up from the Netherworld battleship, slowly floating in the air. A large number of martial artists followed behind the seats, all of them with extremely cold expressions, with an incomparable sense of superiority on their faces. Only when they saw the 9 streams of spiritual energy falling, a greedy light appeared in their eyes. A white-haired old man with a lazy expression was sitting on the chair. He seemed to be in a deep sleep. Everyone in Yanwu turned their eyes to the old man. His expression was plain, as if he were an ordinary old man. However, as the old man breathed in and out, the entire world seemed to be beating at this frequency. There was not a single sound. The ground and sky, which had tens of thousands of people, did not dare to make a sound. It was as silent as a ghost city. The old man replied and raised his eyes slightly. A murky gaze bloomed under his eyelids, like a strange starlight flashing. Everyone's mind suddenly trembled, as if a fear spread from the bottom of their hearts, and their faces turned pale with horror. A mere glance from a martial sovereign of the 9th heaven was enough to make tens of thousands of people below feel as if they had fallen into an icehouse. Even Qi Feng and the other martial honors had extremely ugly expressions on their faces. "We've arrived? Ha ha ha." The old man lazily stretched his waist and laughed a few times. With a strange smile on his face, he looked down and said, "Who is Li Yunxiao? How dare you destroy my branch and kill my disciples? Quickly come up and die." No one dared to make a sound after he shouted. They all looked around nervously. Old monster Xianxia squinted his eyes and looked down at the ants below. He said slowly, "What, no one dares to admit it? You ants of the southern mountain range. If no one comes out to take responsibility, I don't mind exterminating you all." Woof! What? The people below were all shocked. He actually wanted to exterminate everyone? Wasn't this a little too overbearing and vicious? How many innocent people were there in Yanwu? The faces of Qi Feng and the others all changed greatly. The old monster Xianxia was so arrogant that he didn't even put them in his eyes. He didn't give them any face at all. However, he was a 9-stars martial sovereign. What else could he do if he didn't give him face? Some of the Jutian sect elders couldn't help but say, "That Li Yunxiao is really a coward. He dared to do it, but now he doesn't dare to stand up. He won't get us all involved, will he?" "That's right, sect leader. I suggest we capture him. To prevent the old monster star constellation from killing people." Qi Feng looked at the two of them indifferently. A trace of anger flashed in his eyes as he said coldly, "Stand down. If you continue to embarrass me, I'll directly cripple the two of you." The two men's faces changed. They felt the killing intent in Qi Feng's eyes and quickly shrank back in horror, not daring to say another word. At this moment, Yunxiao's voice slowly rang out in the city lord's mansion. "Arrogant my ass. When I see your old face, I want to send him flying. If you want to find this young master, come over, kneel down, and lick my shoes." Swish! Everyone in the city sucked in a breath of cold air and felt their bodies turn cold. Even the people of the constellation sect on the chariots in the sky widened their eyes in horror, almost suspecting that they had made a mistake. The temperature of the entire land and sky seemed to have dropped suddenly, and everyone felt a chill. Star Constellation, who was sitting on the floating chair, was also completely stunned. Took him a while to react. His old face trembled and gradually turned red. According to his original plan, the other party would either kneel down, lick his shoes and beg for mercy. The other was to be tough and be tortured by him to the point of being unparalleled in the world before finally killing him. He didn't expect that the first thing he did was to insult him so insolently. How many years had it been since he had been scolded like this? He couldn't remember clearly anymore. He only felt the blood in his brain spewing out, and he was about to explode from anger. Die, 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 die. Old monster Xianxia roared, and an aurora burst out from the tip of his fist. It suddenly spread in the sky and pressed down, illuminating the entire night as if it was daytime. Is this the might of a martial sovereign? Is this the intent realm of the 9 heavens? Under this aurora, everyone seemed to feel the scene of the end of the world. They all felt cold and shivered. An even more dazzling beam of light burst out of the aurora and shot toward Yunxiao, who was in the middle of Yanwu, with unstoppable momentum. In the city lord's mansion, Yunxiao suddenly shouted, "Spread out!" He himself soared into the sky and actually went to meet that aurora. Young Master Yun! Shocked, Yunxiang was about to chase after her, but Ding Linger grabbed her. Ding Linger was pale. She bit her lips and said, "Believe in him." Under everyone's horrified gaze, they saw a thin figure facing the light. Under the illumination of the light, he would turn into ashes at any time. "Let me see how strong your punch is." Yunxiao roared as he quickly performed an incantation gesture with both hands, his eyes looking more serious than ever. "Let's see how many layers of my defense you can break." Great Sun Golden Light Sword Formation. Form. Boom! The 10,000 rays of golden light had just condensed into the shape of a sword in front of him. They seemed to be unparalleled in power, but in the blink of an eye, they were scattered by the pressure of the aurora and disappeared without a trace. Second formation. Yunxiao's expression remained unchanged as he shouted Great Void, Celestial Capital Treasure Formation. Gather! As he performed the incantation gesture, the entire city of Yanwu glowed with a 7-colored light, which continued to expand. Yunxiao's hands moved so fast that they left afterimages behind. The 7-colored radiance rushed toward him rapidly and formed a 7-colored defense. It layered on top of each other and expanded once again. The Great Void Celestial Capital Treasure Formation was a defensive mountain-protecting formation. If a martial emperor was in charge of the formation, it would be difficult for an army to break through. Yunxiao was at a disadvantage because his cultivation base was too low. Boom, boom, boom. The light shield formed by the 7 rays of light shattered layer by layer under the auroras, and the colorful lights scattered in the air. The third Dao. Sword art. Demon slaying. He stood in the air without a sword in his hand, but the shape of a dragon gradually appeared behind him and started to circle around Pan Geng. Under his hand seals, the dragon turned into a stream of sword chi, as if it was going to split the sky and earth. Boom! The aurora fell and collided with the sword chi. The sword radiance collapsed, and the sky was filled with starlight. The dragon shadow disappeared instantly, but the aurora's momentum did not decrease. Yunxiao's pupils constricted, and a golden light flashed between his eyebrows as he shouted again. The fourth one, the dynasty bell, one dynasty for a century. Clang, clang. The ancient bell seemed to cross countless time and space. At this moment, it rang, and the rhythm spread across the sky like water ripples. Boom! The aurora's momentum was unstoppable, breaking through the layers of music. The light was constantly shrinking, but it was still overbearing, cutting the entire sky apart like a saw. Clang, clang. The dynasty bell received a huge shock, and an ancient sad cry spread out, shaking everyone's heart and damaging their mental state. The tens of thousands of people in the sky were all terrified. Many of them were already bleeding from the corners of their mouths. Under the attack of the aurora, the dynasty bell lost all its light and quickly shrank, then flew back into Yunxiao's forehead. The fifth Dao. Fire realm. Open. He made a flying gesture with his hands, and the shadow of a phoenix dormant in the sky. The power of a realm burst out of his body and extended over Yanwu, illuminating the entire earth red. Boom, boom, boom. The aurora shrank a lot after shattering the dynasty bell. It rushed into the fire territory again and made a loud noise as if it was going to break the void and crack the earth. The sixth Tao, the rhythm of the earth's territory, activate. Before he passed through the fire territory, an ancient charm spread out from Yunxiao's body, and he also unleashed the territory that had not been fully opened. At this moment, he no longer needed to hold back any trump cards. If he couldn't take this punch, he would die. However, as long as he could withstand this punch, the old monster Xianxia, as a ninth heaven martial sovereign, would naturally not have the face to launch a second punch. Boom! The two layers of territory power stacked together and spread out. The aurora charged directly into the two territories. It was only 1/10 of its original size, but it was still powerful and difficult to resist. Let's see how much strength you have left. The seventh Tao. Devil Sky Battle Armor. Yunxiao's hands did not stop for a moment. Suddenly, a huge black armor covered his body, and a faint shadow appeared in the void. The astonishing aura that was emitted from the battle armor made one's heart tremble. It was one of the few ninth-tier profound armaments he had obtained in Mount Meru. Boom! The aurora rushed to the phantom of the armor, but it could not break through it at once, forcing Yunxiao to keep retreating in the air. Boom! Yunxiao's face was as pale as paper. He had circulated his strength to the peak, but he still could not withstand the power of the punch. The demonic sky armor's defensive light quickly receded, but it was still pierced through by the aurora and struck the armor. Boom! Under the attack, Yunxiao fell to the ground like a meteorite, or like a comet sweeping across the sky, falling into the distance. The long tail of light was so stunning that it shocked everyone's heart. How could such a powerful 7-layer defense not be able to withstand a punch from a martial emperor? Boom! Yunxiao was thrown into the ground, stirring up hundreds of thousands of feet of dust. A huge energy blast exploded on the ground, turning a corner of Yanwu into ashes. The people of Yanwu and the Constellation sect were all completely dumbfounded. Not only were they amazed by Yunxiao's extraordinary means, but they were also shocked that the martial emperor's punch could break through 7 supreme defenses and take his life. After a long while, no one dared to make a sound. The entire world became unusually quiet, waiting for the dust to gradually dissipate. The power of this punch had been deeply imprinted in everyone's mind and soul. The might of a martial sovereign of the 9 heavens was not to be challenged. After the old monster Xianxia threw out his punch, his face was also filled with shock. His opponent only had the strength of a martial king, but he was able to weaken his punch so much. Those 7 techniques were all extremely powerful. He only lost because his opponent was too weak. If the other party was in the 9 heavens realm like him, he would not be able to break through any of the 7 layers of defense. After he realized this, cold sweat began to appear on his forehead. Old deity Xianxia, your magic power is boundless. Star constellation Immortal, your magic power is boundless. The entire sky was filled with cheers. All kinds of flattery rang out as if they had won a great victory. Many people were so excited that tears were flowing out. The people on the ground were all dumbfounded. The eyes of everyone in the city lord's mansion were red, and their bodies were trembling. Ding Ling and Luo Yunshang almost fainted, their faces as pale as paper. All the martial artists in Yanwu were silent, their eyes filled with shock and solemnity. He only felt a wave of energy spreading in his body, as if it was about to boil. Just as the people of the Constellation sect were celebrating, an extremely disharmonious voice was heard. Bah! Old freak, even if you've lived for a few hundred years, do your old bones only have this much strength? You can't even kill me, a mere 15-year-old martial king, and you still have the face to call yourself a man with boundless magical power? Don't you feel nauseated? Swish! Everyone sucked in a cold breath and looked in shock at the corner of Yanwu that had been turned to dust. Yunxiao's body was covered in blood, and his body was completely mangled, making it almost impossible to see his human form. However, he stood there, revealing his white teeth and sneering. His eyes were as bright as the stars. He used a voice that no one could hear and muttered to himself, "The 8th layer of defense will be my supreme tyrant body." The last punch had instantly destroyed his body, but his freakish body had also rapidly absorbed the power of the punch and repaired itself. In the end, he survived with his life hanging by a thread, and his physical body was restored to its current state in an extremely short time. Voila, everyone was in an uproar. A punch from a martial sovereign of the 9th heaven did not kill him? Not only was old monster Xianxia's eyes popping out from shock, but the tens of thousands of people present also looked at him as if they had seen a ghost. Their mouths were wide open like watermelons, unable to close at all. Wah! Woo-woo! Finally, Ding Ling couldn't help but burst into tears. She collapsed on the ground and cried. The eyes of the people in the city lord's mansion were all red and shimmering, and their bodies were trembling slightly. At this moment, Xianru was the one with the most complicated feelings. The power of old monster Xianxia's punch just now was enough to make him unable to muster up the slightest will to resist. He even had the feeling of wanting to kneel down and submit, not to mention having the courage to receive it and not die. He let out a long sigh. From then on, he was completely convinced and could no longer have the heart to win. Qi Feng was also shocked. He thought of Yunxiao's demeanor when he fought with him a few days ago. At that time he thought he had shown mercy, but now, if he had gone all out, the outcome might still be unknown. Old monster, if I were you, I would kill myself right now. Yunxiao laughed and mocked. The entire night was filled with his loud laughter. Star Constellation's face turned blue and white with anger. He could see that Yunxiao was an arrow at the end of its flight, but how could he have the nerve to attack again in front of so many people? His opponent was a teenager in his teens, and he was only a martial king. How did he survive? Old monster Xianxia's face was so gloomy that it was almost dripping water. No matter what, he had completely lost face this time. It was almost certain that he would become the biggest joke in the future. He could not even kill an ant-like martial king with a single punch. Since you want to die, I don't mind giving you another punch. Old monster Xianxia's face was ashen as he raised his fist again. Swish! This time, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, each and every one of them looking surprised. This old man actually had the face to attack a second time? Were martial sovereigns that shameless? The image of a martial sovereign of the 9 heavens was instantly destroyed. Even Yunxiao's face changed drastically. He did not expect that old monster Xianxia could be so shameless. He fixed his eyes on the fist, planning to throw out the Divine Realm tablet and hide in it the moment there was any unusual movement. The fist light in the old monster's palm became brighter and brighter. It suddenly bloomed and was about to punch down. This time, old monster Xianxia poured all his power into it. He could not let any more accidents happen. Since he had already lost face, he had no time to think about it anymore. He planned to turn the entire Yanwu into ashes with one punch. Everyone held their breath and widened their eyes nervously. The pressure of the martial emperor's 9 heavens made them feel unusually depressed and uncomfortable. Clang! Suddenly, a zither sound came from the sky. It seemed to appear out of thin air and came from the unknown void. Played in everyone's heart. Yunxiao laughed. A satisfied smile appeared on his face as he muttered, "He's finally here. If he didn't come, everything would have been exposed today. If he hid in the Divine Realm tablet, the secret of the universe inside the tablet would be discovered. By then, it would not only be old monster Star Constellation who would hunt him down. Perhaps it would be experts from all over the world." Old monster Xianxia's expression changed, and he instantly retracted the fist radiance in his hand. His eyes were flashing with vigilance as he looked at the dark void and shouted, "Who is it?" He shouted 3 times in a row, but no one answered. Everyone looked around in shock. Who was hiding in the void that even old monster Star Constellation could not find? Ding Ling hurried forward to help Yunxiao up. Looking at the wounds all over his body, she felt her heart ache as she said, "Is that the person?" "Yes," Yunxiao said with a smile. "But they might not be here yet. I've only sent a zither note over, so he should be here in the blink of an eye. Send the zither music over first? Li Chunyang and the others were all stunned. How could there be such a strange thing? Old monster Xianxia flew into a rage in the air and shouted, "Don't think that you'll be fine just because you're hiding. I'll break open the entire void today and see how you're going to hide." Just as he was about to make a move, a figure suddenly appeared in the void without any sense. No one knew how he came, as if he had suddenly stood there without any warning. Old monster Xianxia was shocked. He didn't even notice this person's appearance. He suddenly shouted, "Who are you?" That person's face was calm, and he was dressed in extremely simple clothes. He held a cheap zither in his hands, and without saying a word, he placed the zither in front of him and began to play it gently. "Eh? Isn't that the stupid blockhead who lives next to me?" One of the cultivators below suddenly cried out. "Silly blockhead? You're the idiot. Can't you see that he dares to go against a martial sovereign? You're finished. Your whole family is finished," the man beside him said. The warrior's face suddenly turned pale. The silly guy had been living next door to his house for a few years, and he had bullied him from time to time. He had always thought that the other party was an honest person, but he didn't expect that there were actually crouching tigers and hidden dragons. The man played the zither very slowly, like a stream of spring water flowing through the sky, but it seemed to be playing in everyone's heart. The lofty ambition was in the high mountains, the ocean ambition was in the flowing water. Everyone in the world was dumbfounded. With a peaceful expression on her face, the murderous and oppressive atmosphere was turned into nothingness under the trickling of this clear sound. It was silent in the beautiful rhythm, stirring people's hearts. It was as if all the dust had gone far away, and the entire world was only filled with this heavenly sound. After an unknown amount of time. "Stop!" Old monster Xianxia was suddenly shocked. Even he had unknowingly fallen into the sound of the zither. He was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat. He poured the martial will of the 9 heavens into his loud shout and spread it in the air, interrupting the beautiful rhythm. Clang with his roar, the man finally fiddled with his tail, and the entire sky suddenly became quiet. Everyone's entire body quivered as they were jolted out of that wonderful state. Their faces were all filled with anger, but they didn't dare to speak. Many of them were even more vexed. Their cultivation had actually shown signs of a breakthrough under the music, but it was interrupted by old monster Xianxia for no reason. "Who are you?" Old monster Xianxia had no confidence at all. This person's attainments in the zither just now showed that he was not a nobody. He's so good at playing the zither. "Young Master Yun, who is he?" Ding Ling couldn't help but ask. Her face was full of obsession, as if she had been deeply immersed in the music just now. Yun Xiao was also savoring the aftertaste and felt very comfortable. Moreover, most of his injuries had been healed by the music. He praised. "Li Huaqi is the only person in the world who can play an ordinary wooden zither so perfectly and heartlessly." He didn't lower his voice on purpose, and everyone in the quiet starry sky could hear him clearly. "Li Huaqi? Who was it? Buzz. Li Huaqi? Li Huaqi." Everyone's eyes widened as if they had been struck by lightning. It was actually such a thunderous name. It seemed to cross the vast sky and explode in the dark night, making everyone a little deafened. They looked at the simple and unadorned figure in disbelief. Ding Ling was also stunned, but when she thought of Yun Xiao's identity, she was immediately relieved and overjoyed. With this man here, she would be safe tonight. Old monster Xianxia was also shocked. He retreated more than 10 meters in the void in horror. Only then did he feel that he had lost face in front of everyone. His face turned ashen and he gritted his teeth. "Martial Emperor Tianqin, Li Huaqi." In the realm of heavenly martial arts, martial sovereigns of the 9 heavens were like gods who had descended to the world and were all-powerful. All of them were the overlords of the 4 extremes. However, among all the martial sovereigns, there were 10 most powerful existences whose names were as dazzling as stars on the heaven and earth power chart. He had been bestowed with an extremely powerful title by the divine capital of the sacred realm and was honored as a titled martial sovereign. The The lord who was ranked 5th on the heaven and earth power chart was Li Huaqi, Martial Emperor Tianqin. Under the starry sky, everyone's expression was stern, and their blood was boiling. Looking at the ancient figure, many people had the urge to kneel down and worship him. Those 10 earth-shaking names already represented the supreme existence of martial Tao. It was like a seed, growing in everyone's heart. Many people had grown up listening to the legends of the 10 great martial sovereigns. In the endless martial Tao, they had followed the footsteps of these 10 people and advanced forward without stopping. At this moment, their idol was right in front of them, and they were so excited that tears welled up in their eyes. Old monster Xianxia had never expected to encounter a titled martial emperor tonight. However, he was a martial emperor who had been famous for a long time after all. His face was as dark as water as he said coldly, "Li Huaqi, there's no enmity between us. Why are you interfering in the constellation sect's affairs?" Li Huaqi put the zither on his back, glanced at him indifferently and said, "I owe people a favor and I'm here to return it today. I'll definitely protect Yanwu this time." Swish! Everyone was shocked. He had thought that Li Huaqi was also here to seize Yanwu, but he was actually here to protect it. What exactly was the origin of Yanwu? How did he manage to invite a titled martial emperor? At this moment, everyone in the southern region felt their heads spin. There were many things that they could not figure out. However, he instantly figured out many things. It was no wonder that Yanwu had risen like a comet in such a short period of time, and before anyone could react, it had already become a powerful existence. Previously, he had thought that he had the backing of Myriad Treasure's store. Even Myriad Treasure's store might not be able to invite Li Huaqi. The 10 names that shone like stars represented the 10 most powerful lords in the heavenly martial realm. The martial sovereign with the title of Tianqin had come to the southern region to protect Yanwu. Am I dreaming? I can't believe I saw 2 martial sovereigns in one day. Li Huaqi is so handsome. He's always been my idol. I must get his autograph after I defeat the old monster constellation. Hey, lower your voice. Old monster Xianxia is listening. Aren't you afraid of death? What are you afraid of? With Li Huaqi here, who in the world can touch Yanwu? Old monster Xianxia's face turned livid. He knew that he could not escape today. Moreover, in front of all his disciples and almost all the famous figures of Firecrow Empire, he could not lose his face. He immediately made up his mind and said angrily, "Li Huaqi, don't think I'm afraid of you." In the last ranking battle of the Heaven and Earth power chart, his Stormy Waves technique was only at the 5th level. Now, he was at the 9th level of the Great Circle of Perfection. If there's another ranking battle, you might not be able to rank in front of me. With the 9 levels and 9 Stormy Waves technique, even if I were to encounter Ao Changkong's inextinguishable golden body, I would still have the power to fight. His roar seemed to have frightened the other party. Suddenly, the entire sky above Yanwu fell silent, and no one dared to breathe loudly. Li Huaqi seemed to have disappeared. Star Constellation was overjoyed and thought, could it be that the other party was really afraid? Feeling the reverent gazes of the Western Zhou people, he felt smug and excited. He gathered his energy and shouted, "Li Huaqi, I respect you for being an expert on the Heaven and Earth power chart. Don't interfere in today's matter and leave quickly. Do me a favor and leave." Eft. Down below, Yunxiao could not help but cough up a mouthful of blood. He looked up at the sky and spat out a few caddies of blood, his eyes full of surprise. "Young Master Yun, what's wrong with you?" Ding Ling asked in surprise. I'm fine." Yunxiao waved his hand, but because he had coughed up too much blood, he felt a little dizzy. "I'm just disgusted. I've seen idiots, but I've never seen such an idiot. He's so stupid that I can't help but spit out a few caddies of blood. Damn, what a big loss." The entire city of Yanwu was silent, so although the 2 men's conversation was soft, it was very clear. Everyone present, including the people who were scattered in the sky, all had extraordinary hearing. They immediately heard every word. "Brat, you're looking for death." Old monster Xianxia flew into a rage, and his murderous gaze fell from the sky, as if he wanted to kill the other party with his gaze. Xianxia smiled faintly, and a mocking smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He fearlessly met Xianxia's gaze, and his cold eyes were clear and clear, without the slightest fear or vigilance. They were completely calm and indifferent. There's something strange about this brat. He actually dared to look me in the eye. Old monster Xianxia was even more furious. The other party actually dared to look at him provocatively. He was so angry that he raised his hand and was about to slap down. A terrifying aura suddenly spread out, and the people behind him all changed their expressions. They knew that the old monster was really angry this time, and they retreated hundreds of meters away in horror. It was already a great humiliation for him that he had failed to kill his opponent in his previous attack. This time, he had definitely mustered all his strength and planned to destroy Xianxia completely with one move. "AI, this young man is right." Li Huaqi's voice was heard again. "I'm not saying anything because I don't know what to say about your stupid words. How about this? I'll only make one move. Whether you can take it or not, I'll leave." Star Constellation's pupils constricted, and he immediately put Xianxia to the back of his mind as he became fully vigilant and shouted, "Is this true?" If he had to fight Li Huaqi, he really didn't have much confidence. After all, the other party was a genuine fifth-ranked existence on the heaven and earth power chart. However, if it was just one move, he immediately sneered and said, "Li Huaqi, you're too arrogant. Even Gu Feiyang, the martial sovereign vanquisher, who is known to have the best attack power, would not dare to boast in front of me." Xianxia, who had just recovered from his dizziness, raised his head again and vomited blood. Li Huaqi seemed to have a very good temper. He didn't say much, but just sighed a little sadly. It's a pity that the old friend isn't here. Otherwise, under the sword slashes the stars, if you can only die when you are within 1,000 li of his sword light, I can cut off your head and let you kick it like a ball. Old monster Xianxia was furious, ashamed and resentful. He was a martial sovereign of the ninth heaven. But Li Huaqi said that he was so weak that he couldn't even get within 1,000 miles of Gu Feiyang's sword light. He roared, "Don't talk. To use a dead person as an example, hurry up and do it. After one move, get out of Firecrow Empire immediately." Although he was extremely angry, his mind was unusually clear. He knew that he was facing a powerful enemy that he had never encountered before, and that the next move would also be earth-shattering. Old monster Xianxia slowly raised both of his hands, and the sky began to turn misty. The sound of ocean waves could be heard faintly from the mist. It was getting louder and louder as it got closer and closer. Everyone felt as if they were at the seaside, and they could feel the endless waves that covered the sky and the earth. The entire space seemed to have become a water body, as if they were facing the sea. "Stormy waves technique." Old monster Xianxia roared, and everyone instantly felt the sound of water flowing. It was as if water was pouring in from all directions from the bottom of the sea. Countless water dragons shuttled back and forth in the dark night and coiled around Li Huaqi, trying to swallow him whole. Li Huaqi's face was still calm, and he didn't show any emotion. He took down the zither and stroked it again, muttering, "This move of mine is called Divine Rhythm. It's a section of ancient divine music that I took and turned into a rhythm. Listen well." Clang! Li Huaqi merely plucked the strings of his zither, and a green sound wave power spread out in all directions at a visible degree. The countless water dragons that were wreaking havoc in the surroundings were instantly pushed away, and the stormy waves in the sky receded in all directions. A refreshing space began to spread with Li Huaqi as the center and continued to grow. "What?" Old monster Xianxia's eyes were filled with shock. He gathered his energy again and pushed out his palm. He shouted in shock and anger, "The 9th level of the perilous wave technique. Break it." Voila! Waves surged out of thin air and charged towards the sound wave. However, it did not change at all. Instead, it was being compressed smaller and smaller. The water-like sound waves rushed to the old monster at a steady pace and annihilated him. Old monster Xianxia only felt his entire body shake. The rhythm actually washed over his body, instantly destroying all his meridians and bones. His body began to collapse at that moment. "No, don't. Please let me go," he screamed in fear, but his voice was getting weaker and weaker. Everyone was dumbfounded as they watched blood burst out of old monster Xianxia's body. His body broke apart bit by bit and finally turned into a pool of powder, disappearing in the sky. "He's dead?" Under the sky, the people in Yanwu and the Constellation sect disciples all had their mouths wide open. Their brains had crashed and they could not think at all. The battle between two martial sovereigns should have been earth-shattering and void-shattering. How did he die so silently? Moreover, he had died so thoroughly that he had turned into ashes. It wasn't satisfying at all. Swish! Took a while for them to react, and they all felt cold. Everyone knew that the reason for such a crude conclusion was entirely because the difference in strength was too great. Li Huaqi glanced at the disciples of the Constellation sect in the sky, who were dumbfounded, and said, "People of the Constellation sect, those who don't leave within 3 breaths will die." His voice was extremely light and soft, like this from the moment he appeared. It gave people a kind of gentle feeling, without the slightest bit of killing intent. But to the ears of the Constellation sect, it was like a death talisman, and they were all scared out of their wits. 3 breaths of time was not enough to set up the teleportation formation. Everyone drove the war chariots at a crazy speed and turned into a ray of light, sweeping across the sky like a meteor, instantly disappearing in the sky. The people in Yanwu were all dumbfounded by the Constellation sect's efficiency. They had really left in 3 breaths, and not even the tail light of the warship could be seen. Qi Feng furrowed his brows as he watched the people of the Constellation sect leave. The people of the Constellation sect had spread out in Firecrow Empire. If they were directly teleported back to the eastern region, it would be fine. Otherwise, there would be endless trouble. After Li Huaqi drove away the people of the Constellation sect, he still stood indifferently in the sky. Everyone looked at the plane figure quietly, all of them excited. The legendary idol, the 10 titled martial sovereigns, was indeed as powerful as the legends said. He had actually killed old monster star Constellation with a single move. The visual impact was unimaginable. Yun Xiao frowned and muttered to himself, "What is he still standing there for? With his personality, he should have just left." "Come out," Li Huaqi suddenly said, which surprised everyone. Was there someone hiding in the void? How dare he hide himself in front of a titled martial emperor? He's really looking for death. Everyone craned their necks and looked up at the sky, wanting to see who was the one who had no eyes and was courting death. A series of fluctuations began to appear in the sky, and the dark night sky suddenly became like a wrinkled blanket, becoming strange. Soon, a spatial tunnel was opened, and everyone stared at it, only to see 2 black figures emerging from it. Beside the man in front was a short figure, which seemed to be a demon beast. The 3 shadows gradually became clear. The demonic beast was silver-white in color and had a golden horn on its forehead. Its 4 limbs were constantly stepping in the void, making bang 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 sounds. Although this demonic beast looked strange, it emitted a terrifying aura, as if it wanted to devour the world. "It's him." Yun Xiao was taken aback, and his pupils constricted with a look of disbelief. Li Huaqi's face also became a bit solemn, and he said slowly, "Buried year beast." The man beside the silver demonic beast smiled and said, "Li Huaqi, it's been more than 20 years since we last met. Do you miss your good friend?" The man leaned on the body of the beast lazily. Behind him was an unusually tall man with bulging muscles all over his body. He looked like a typical strong man. Both of their auras were very shocking. After stepping out of the space tunnel, the surrounding sky seemed to be squeezed and pushed in all directions, like a wrinkled blanket. Li Huaqi was very surprised. "Yao Jinliang," he said, "I didn't expect you to come here. You even brought Kuan-Nu with you?" This sentence made everyone's face turn pale with shock. This person was actually Yao Jinliang. He was one of the 10 titled martial sovereigns, the divine control martial sovereign Yao Jinliang. He was the only beast tamer among the 10 martial sovereigns. and it was rumored that the year-barrier demonic beast beside him was in existence at the peak of the 9th rank. It was extremely ferocious. They did not expect two titled martial sovereigns to appear all of a sudden. Cold sweat trickled down everyone's foreheads. They were so excited that they could not express themselves. "I'm here to run some errands. I didn't expect to meet you here," Yao Jinliang said with a smile. He made a hand gesture, and Kuan Nu behind him stomped down. The entire ground trembled, and the stars in the surroundings flickered. His huge body stood in the sky above Yanwu, looking down like a god. Kuan Nu opened his mouth, and like the ringing of a great bell, it caused the ground to shake. He said, "There's a pair of siblings named Meng Wu and Meng Bai. Where are you hiding? Hand it over." Yunxiao's heart trembled, and he subconsciously took a step back in horror. His face turned extremely pale. He had come for Meng Wu and her brother. Then, the person behind these two was stunned. "Strange, why can't I sense their auras?" Kuan Nu's nose sniffed around like a dog's, and his brows furrowed even more. "Lord Yao, we haven't found him," he shouted at the sky. Yao Jinliang frowned. That lord would never make a mistake. "Keep looking." "Yes." Kuan Nu took a few steps in the air and continued to sniff. Everyone in Yanwu was drenched in cold sweat. Under the immense pressure, no one dared to move. Cold sweat was dripping down Ding Ling-er's forehead as she gave Yunxiao a nervous glance. Meng Wu and her brother were in the Divine Realm tablet, and she was really afraid that Kuan Nu would discover them, which would put Yunxiao in danger. At this moment, even Qi Feng, Lung Xingbua, and the other martial venerables were holding their breath and sweating. These were once legendary existences. They were Tianqin martial sovereign Li Huaqi, Divine Control martial sovereign Yao Jinliang, and the top 10 experts on the heaven and earth power chart. All of them had gathered above Yanwu, making all the martial artists feel their blood boil. How many people had grown up listening to the legends of the 10 great martial sovereigns? How many people had set these 10 people as the goals that they had been fighting for in their hearts and walked towards the peak of the martial Tao step by step? And now the legend was right in front of him. Ding Ling-er and Luo Yunshang looked at each other. They had different feelings because only they knew that there was another martial sovereign vanquisher, Gu Feiyang, under these two legendary martial sovereigns. The gathering of the three great martial sovereigns had created such a scene. Yunxiao also looked at the two men in the sky in silence. No one knew what he was thinking. Kuan Nu sniffed for a long time before raising his head and saying, "Lord Yao, there really isn't any." Yao Jinliang's expression was stern, and his brows were tightly furrowed. After a long while, he said, "Then let's use that move. Let that lord take action personally." Kuan Nu's expression changed, but it quickly turned calm. He followed the order and said, "Yes." He put his two huge palms together in the sky, and his skin turned purple. Green qi seeped out of his body, and his face became extremely respectful. Both Yunxiao and Li Huaqi's expressions changed drastically. This was the art of praying to God, a move that allowed the divine will of experts to descend. Very quickly, Kuan Nu's expression turned sharp, as if he had changed into another person. His originally broad face had also become indistinct, making it difficult for people to see him clearly. His entire person seemed to be out of this world, giving people the feeling of a mirage. "You're Ing Luo." Li Huaqi was suddenly shocked. Rays of light shot out of his eyes, piercing through endless space and time. He stared at Kuan Nu and said in shock, "You are Lord Wei Qing." Wei Qing. Except for Yunxiao, all the people below were confused. Obviously, they had never heard of the name. All of them felt extremely strange. How could such a strange person make the legendary 10 great martial sovereigns reveal such a shocked expression? The demonic dragon said in a heavy voice, "It's indeed this person. What do we do, kid?" Yunxiao's hands were also covered in sweat as he said in a daze, "Meng Wu and her brother are in the Divine Realm tablet. I hope he can't find them. If it were anyone else, Yunxiao would not have any worries. But this man's words made him feel uncertain and nervous." Wei Qing raised his head indifferently and said in a misty voice, "Li Huaqi, since you already know it's me, why don't you quickly retreat? Everyone was taken aback, their hearts filled with shock. Who was this person? How could he make Li Huaqi martial sovereignty on Qin, who was ranked 5th on the heaven and earth power chart, retreat so quickly? Isn't he too savage? Li Huaqi's expression changed, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He gently stroked the zither, and a clear sound flowed out, spreading across the sky. It was like the sky, ancient and inaudible. You think I'll retreat just because you want me to? If you were here in person, I might be a little afraid. Just a few wisps of spiritual sense. A mocking smile appeared on Li Huaqi's face. He said, "Humph. Don't say I didn't give you face when the time comes. I'll definitely protect Yanwu today. If you dare to mess around, I'll kill your Kuan Nu and destroy your divine sense today." Wei Qing's expression was hidden in the void, making it difficult to see clearly. However, it was clear that he was truly enraged, as he let out a deep, angry humph. Yao Jinliang's expression also changed. He gently stroked the Jade Sea cloud-burying beast beside him and chuckled. "Li Huaqi, you're really ruthless. How dare you not give face to this lord?" "Yao Jinliang," Li Huaqi sneered, "you're a free and easy person. Why are you serving this lord so obediently?" Yao Jinliang did not get angry at him for calling him a lackey. He chuckled and said, "Everyone has their own ambitions. Also, I'm in a cooperative relationship with this lord. It's not as bad as you say. How many years had it been? I lost you by a bit back then, so I've long wanted to seek your advice. Why don't we find a place to spar after this matter is over?" Li Huaqi said indifferently, "Anytime. But no one is allowed to cause trouble in Yanwu today." Yao Jinliang's expression turned serious, and he said with some difficulty, "You're alone and weak. I'll hold you back. In Yanwu, isn't he still at his mercy?" A sharp look flashed in Li Huaqi's eyes, and he said disdainfully, "If you and I fight with all our strength, I'm afraid the space in the southern region will be shattered directly. At that time, the entire 3 kingdoms of the southern region will collapse from the heavenly martial realm and be sucked into the void turbulence, killing and injuring hundreds of millions of people. I'd like to see how you and that man will explain this to the other 2 lords, and how you will explain this to the world." The people below broke out in cold sweat when they heard this. This was too exaggerated. However, when he saw Yao Jinliang's serious expression, it seemed that this was indeed the case. He was immediately shocked. It was said that in the past, in order to compete for the title of the 10 great martial sovereigns, the entire holy region was torn apart. He had always thought that it was just a legend, but now that he heard it, it should be true. The entire sky was quiet, as if everything had fallen silent. Wei Qing opened his mouth and said in the same ethereal voice, "I'm only taking 2 people away, and I won't hurt them." Li Huaqi frowned. Since Wei Qing had spoken, it was naturally impossible for him to lie with his status, so he stood quietly in the air and stared. He was also very curious as to who could make Yao Jinliang come personally and even send down his spiritual will. Yun Xiao felt a chill run down his spine. His intuition told him that he was in trouble. However, in front of Wei Qing and Yao Jinliang, there was still a nirvana beast at the peak of the 9 heavens realm. It was simply an ant. How could it have the right to choose its fate? It could only be slaughtered. Wei Qing raised his hand and his 5 fingers formed a strange seal. A ray of blue light emitted from his fingertip, forming a pattern in the air, gathering and not dispersing. Yun Xiao's heart suddenly sank. The pattern was Wei Qing's mark, exactly the same as the one in the depths of Meng Wu's divine sense. Yun Xiao's soul form suddenly appeared beside her and said coldly, "If you want to take someone out of my divine realm tablet, you'll have to break this realm." He used the Great Expansion divine technique and set up layers of restrictions around him. Gradually, the blue light on Meng Wu's body faded, and everything returned to normal. Wei Qing's face changed, and his eyes were filled with shock as he looked toward Yanwu. Like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water, his gaze swept across everyone. Those who were caught by his gaze were all greatly shocked, their hearts almost jumping out of their throats. It was as if all the secrets in his heart had been seen through. "Humph. This kind of spiritual attack is nothing in front of me. Yunxiao sneered in his heart. When Wei Qing's light swept over him, he trembled and pretended to be very scared. Even his soul was trembling. Wei Qing looked around but did not find anything strange. His eyes only stopped on Yunxiang for a moment, and he asked in surprise, "Nine Yang genuine qi? You're from Shenxiao Temple." Luo Yunxiang felt cold all over as she gritted her teeth and said, "An abandoned disciple of Shenxiao Temple is not worth mentioning." The people around them were shocked and looked at Yunxiang in horror. They did not expect that such an inconspicuous person would be one of the 7 superpowers. Even Li Huaqi and Yao Jinliang's expressions changed slightly, and they stared at him. Only 1 in 10,000 can cultivate the 9 Yang true qi, Wei Qing said softly. Although your progress is slow now, you'll definitely be able to step into the 9 heavens realm in the future. All of the people who cultivated this technique in Shenxiao Temple have become unparalleled experts, and their names have shaken an era. How is Palace Master Chu doing? He asked after a moment of silence. Under the man's might, Yunxiang found it difficult to even breathe. Gritting her teeth, she gasped and said, "How would I know about the matter of the abandoned disciple of Shenxiao Temple, Palace Master Chu?" Wei Qing stopped talking and muttered to himself, "The 2 of them are actually hiding in another world." He slowly raised his head and looked at the 9 streams of spiritual energy. He frowned and said, "Could he be in Mount Meru?" No, Mount Meru had already collapsed, and spiritual energy was leaking out. That place is not Mount Meru. He raised his hand again and closed his eyes, his expression lazy. The entire space began to tremble violently at this moment, as if it would collapse at any moment. An extremely powerful pressure came from the ethereal place, as if it crossed the sky and directly broke the void. Yunxiao's face flickered. He immediately understood Wei Qing's thoughts, and he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. The demonic dragon was also horrified. Crazy. He was really going to break through a world. This aura, he was actually summoning that weapon. Just who are those 2 siblings? They're actually worth it for him to do this. Li Huaqi's expression also changed drastically, and he cried out in horror, "Wei Qing, you actually want to use a transcendent grade profound level weapon? Could it be that he really wanted to break a world? Wasn't he afraid of the collapse of the world? You should know better than me that the spiritual qi in the southern region is thin. If you use that thing, it's likely that the entire southern region will be destroyed. How will you deal with that?" Although the Divine Realm Tablet was an existence that surpassed supreme-grade profound artifacts, Yunxiao's strength was too low to exert its power at all. When a martial sovereign of the 9th heaven used a supreme-grade profound-level weapon, it would definitely have the power to shatter the heavens and earth. Frowning, Wei Qing looked at Li Huaqi and said, "If you're willing to help me, you don't have to go through so much trouble. I don't know who asked you to do this, but if I really do it, Yanwu will definitely be destroyed." Li Huaqi frowned, obviously in a difficult position. Wei Qing was not in a hurry and quietly waited for his reply. The transcendent grade profound level weapon seemed to have stopped moving across regions, and the entire space became stable. "All right, I'll help you," Li Huaqi said. "Give me the space seal. Also, after this incident, I demand that the Holy Region interfere and issue an iron law that no force is allowed to lay their eyes on Yanwu." "As you wish." Wei Qing's face was expressionless. When the people below heard this, they were immediately overwhelmed with shock. Who was this person? He could actually make the sanctuary issue an iron law to stop all the forces in the world. Yunxiao was also taken aback. He knew how powerful Li Huaqi was, and the strength of his melody could travel through time and space and shake the past and present. Clang, as the music rang out, everyone's heart twitched, and they felt as if they had been electrocuted. Soon, they were lost in the beautiful music, and the tens of thousands of people in Yanwu were all fascinated. Yunxiao's heart was in an extreme struggle, and he was covered in cold sweat. He did not dare to use the Great Expansion Divine Technique for fear of being discovered. But even if he really did use it, he couldn't resist Li Huaqi's music, and gradually became dazed. In the Divine Realm Tablet, Thousands of warriors were shocked at the same time. They stopped their cultivation and listened carefully. In Mount Innerheart, Meng Bai's pupils gradually dilated, and his face was filled with infatuation. At this moment, Meng Wu, who had been unconscious, began to emit a faint blue light, and her whole body floated in the air. Musical notes appeared around the siblings and quickly covered their bodies, as if they were about to take the two of them away. After a long time, the people in Yanwu finally came to their senses. The sky was already bright, but the martial sovereigns had long since disappeared. The sky was clear and bright. Oh, with just one song, an entire night had passed. TSK, what one night? Your cultivation is trash. Let me tell you, 3 days have passed. What? Those big shots have already woken up and left. You guys are not bad. Look around, there are still a large number of people who are still infatuated. Everyone's hearts trembled. It felt like 3 days had passed in just a moment. Those with lower cultivation bases would be lost for who knows how long. After the incident in Yanwu, all kinds of news spread across the continent like snowflakes. Soon, the Holy Region issued an iron law that no sect other than one from the southern region was allowed to interfere in Yanwu's affairs. And in the southern region, after that night, no one had the guts to lay their hands on Yanwu. And after that incident, Yun Xiao seemed to have faded out of everyone's sight, and there were few traces of him. Damn it! Even a martial sovereign can't kill him. Heavens! How could there be such an outrageous thing? In a small tavern, Li Yi listened to the lively discussions of the people around him. His face was as ugly as if he had eaten a fly. He gulped down large mouthfuls of hard liquor, and his body trembled non-stop. You didn't see it, but 100 martial emperors came that day and fought in the sky above Yanwu. The battle was earth-shattering and the rivers were cut off. That battle is enough to be recorded in the history of the heavenly martial continent. TSK, hundreds of martial sovereigns? I don't think there are that many martial sovereigns on the entire heavenly martial continent. You know nothing. I saw it with my own eyes that night. More than half of the martial sovereign realm experts from the heavenly martial continent came, and even the 10 titled martial sovereigns were all present. It was a massacre. Really? The battle between so many martial sovereigns would surely spread, right? Why aren't you injured? Who said there isn't? Look, my arm is even bruised. At that time, a martial sovereign's 9th-tier mystic weapon, the sky-shaking hammer, came flying down and struck me. I was so scared that my soul almost flew out. Fortunately, I'm alert and my strength isn't ordinary. Even though I was scared, I didn't panic and just threw a series of punches at the rank 9 sky-shaking hammer. And the result? What was the result? Hurry up and tell me. You guys know that. I'm a peak 9-star warrior, and my tiger-subduing fist has long been practiced to the perfection. In a few breaths, he threw 7 punches, each of which had the power to blow up a tiger. With 7 punches, he knocked down the sky-shaking hammer. Woof! Big brother Yak, you're really something. What happened after that? After that? When that martial sovereign saw that I had knocked down his weapon, he was so angry that he immediately flew down from the sky to kill me. Thus, the two of us exchanged more than 10 moves on the ground. You all know that he's a martial supreme. How can I be his match? Besides, he can fly. He's already in an undefeatable position. At this critical moment, another martial sovereign came over and used the Vajra fist, killing the martial sovereign with 1 punch. That's how I managed to keep my life. Good, good. The people in the tavern cheered loudly and clapped. The yak looked at everyone's adoring gazes and began to feel proud. Whoosh! Suddenly, a sword light flashed, and the yak's head flew up, blood spurting out like a fountain. Ah! Everyone in the tavern was instantly stunned. Soon, they all screamed in horror and ran away in a hurry. Li Yi's face was gloomy as he held a bright mystic weapon in his hand, which glowed coldly. After he killed the yak, he took out a golden token with a few simple strokes of the Grim Reaper's image on it. He held it in his hand. Now, I can only use this death token. Li Yi's eyes flashed with determination as he quickly walked into the slums. In front of a rundown house, an old man was smoking a low-quality pipe, choking and coughing. "Old man, there's a person called Tyrannical Sky Tiger nearby. Do you know him?" Li Yi walked around a few times and went up to the old man to ask. The old man squinted his eyes and looked at him for a while. "I'm the Tyrannical Sky Tiger. What's the matter?" Li Yi felt a little dizzy as he looked at his short and muscular body. He smacked his forehead and said, "You are the Tyrannical Sky Tiger." He took out the token and flashed it in front of the old man. The old man's pupils instantly contracted, but very quickly returned to normal and said, "So you're the one with the token. Come with me." He tidied up the tobacco and walked towards the dilapidated house. On both sides of the house were piles of all kinds of garbage, which gave off a pungent smell. If not for the old man's aura that made Li Yi tremble the moment he saw the token, he would have thought that he had come to the wrong place. The two of them walked into a small toilet. The old man opened the lid of a toilet and pointed inside. "Let's go in." What? Li Yi's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as his face turned extremely unsightly. "Mr. Tyrant, you're not joking, right?" The old man chuckled and said, "I didn't think it through when I did it, and I accidentally turned it into a toilet bowl. This is the only passage to the Death God Palace. You should consider it yourself." Li Yi looked at the disgusting things around the toilet bowl. His stomach churned, and he could no longer hold back his violent vomiting. The old man took a few puffs from his tobacco pipe and said with a smile, "Vomit all you want. You'll get used to it soon." Blarg! She finally regained her senses, but when she saw the toilet bowl, she vomited again. After repeating this a few times, he vomited until he almost collapsed. Then he stepped into the toilet bowl with a pale face. Inside was a wormhole. The moment Li Yi stepped into it, he was instantly sent plummeting downward. His surroundings were dark, and the space seemed to be constantly changing. Finally, after an unknown period of time, he saw a light and subconsciously rushed out. Whoosh! He fell directly into a pool, and a strong smell of feces spread out. It was actually a cesspit. Blarg! Li Yi vomited out all the acid in his stomach and rushed out of the pool. He fell to the ground and vomited like crazy. He waved his hand, and a large amount of water elements in the air gathered and washed over his body. He only stopped when his skin was almost bleeding. He took out a set of clean clothes from his space ring and was about to change into them. Suddenly, a figure flashed, and an extremely strong aura came from behind. Li Yi's body trembled, and his hand that was about to put on his clothes froze, not daring to move an inch. Hissing! The sound of someone gulping came from behind him, sending chills down Li Yi's spine. Soon, he saw a pair of greedy eyes staring at his body. Li Yi's body trembled, and he no longer cared about the other party's overbearing aura. He hurriedly lifted his clothes and said with extreme vigilance, "Who are you?" Only then did the man withdraw his greedy eyes and look at his handsome face with a big tolerance. He grinned hideously and said, "Hee, I am the emissary of Death God Palace. Where's your token?" Li Yi quickly took out the token and handed it over. The emissary didn't take the token, but touched his hand directly. He was so scared that he threw the token away. "Yes, it's the real token. Come with me." The messenger returned the token to him and led the way. Li Yi's heart was filled with vigilance as he followed behind from a distance. Soon, the two of them arrived in front of a magnificent palace. It was made of gold bricks and inlaid with pearls and jade. It was so luxurious that it was dazzling. However, these were just decorations in the world, so Li Yi did not mind. "The palace master is inside. You can go in by yourself." The messenger brought him to the door, a strange smile on his face. Li Yi walked in alone, only to find himself in an empty hall. There was a decadent air all around, which made him feel extremely uncomfortable. "Is the Death God Palace's palace master here? I have a token. Please meet me," he shouted loudly several times. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind blew past, and a man appeared on the throne in the hall. Swish! Li Yi sucked in a breath of cold air, and he was so shocked by the cold air that he kept retreating. The man in the hall lazily laid down and said in a strange voice, "What is it?" Li Yi's heart was filled with shock. The person in front of him was the leader of the world-renowned assassin organization, Death God Palace's palace master, Yuan Xiang. He hurriedly knelt down on one knee and presented the token with both hands. "I'm Li Yi, and I've come with the death token. I hope that Palace Master Yuan can help me kill someone." Yuan Xiang slowly turned his eyes and sized Li Yi up. His eyes gradually lit up as he laughed evilly. "Kill? Who is it?" Li Yi felt his gaze on him, and he felt as if there was a dagger on his back. He felt unspeakably uncomfortable, and he quickly said, "The city lord of Yanwu, Li Yunxiao." Yuan Xiang's pupils contracted, and a strange look flashed across his face. He asked suspiciously, "The city lord of Yanwu in a small country in the southern region? The one that's causing a commotion now? It's that person." The moment Li Yi heard the name, he was so angry that he felt dizzy. He gritted his teeth and said, "This person's crimes are unforgivable, and he deserves to die." Yuan Xiang played with the token in his hand and laughed in a strange manner. "I don't care if this man is guilty of great crimes or not, but even the Holy Region has issued an iron order for the matter of Yanwu. It's a little troublesome." Li Yi was stunned and hurriedly said, "Death God Palace is the #1 assassin organization in the world. There's never been a mission that they don't dare to accept. It's said that with the Death God token, you can let the Death God Palace kill anyone in the world." "Hee, you're exaggerating. Do you want me to go and kill Ao Changkong?" Yuan Xiang sneered. "This by an Li Yunxiao?" Li Yi was speechless. "How can Li Yunxiao be compared to Ao Changbi?" he asked. Only then did Yuan Xiang reveal a cold and sinister expression. He laughed evilly and said, "You can kill Li Yunxiao, but this token of death is not enough. You'll have to pay a certain price at least." Li Yi's face was filled with confusion as he frowned and said, "I don't have anything valuable on me that you guys would like. How many primeval stones do you want?" "I'll go." A strange, sinister smile appeared on Yuan Xiang's cold face. His eyes, which were fixed on Li Yi, seemed to light up as he laughed eerily. "Hee, I might not accept the primeval stones." He suddenly struck out with his palm as fast as lightning, and a strong wind whistled over. Li Yi was shocked, and his face turned extremely pale. If the other party wanted to kill him, it would definitely be as easy as crushing an ant. He said in fear, What are you doing?" Hiss! The strong wind brushed past Li Yi's body. It did not hurt his body, but it tore apart all his clothes, exposing his naked body. "Ah!" Li Yi was shocked. Although he was not a woman, in this gloomy and solemn hall, and in front of a man, his naked body was exposed, and even the little bird between his legs was completely exposed. He still looked very embarrassed and angry. "What do you want to do?" Yuan Xiang stared at Li Yi's naked body. His eyes were practically glowing with green light. He licked his dry lips with his tongue and reached out his right hand to grab at Li Yi. A small square-shaped object slid out, drawing an arc in the air before landing at Li Yi's feet. The thing seemed to be very slippery. After it fell, it slid for more than a meter before stopping. Li Yi focused his gaze and instantly, his face turned extremely pale with a whoosh. Large beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, and his body could not help but tremble violently. The square object was a light yellow color. It was a soap kasaya. Hee. Hurry up and pick it up. Yuan Xiang laughed sinisterly, accompanied by the sound of saliva being swallowed. He stared at Li Yi's entire body with his shining eyes. Woo! Li Yi could not help but burst into tears in fear. His legs went soft and he almost knelt down as he sobbed. Your Excellency, please let me go. I don't want this death token anymore, and I won't issue any more missions. Just pretend that I never came. Please, I beg you, please let me go. I was born with hemorrhoids." Hemorrhoids? Yuan Xiang's eyes lit up. How could he let go of a piece of fat meat that was just in his mouth? A huge tent had already been propped up between his pants. He laughed in a strange voice. I like those with hemorrhoids. Massive bleeding. Massive bleeding. Haha. If you don't want to die, Pick it up quickly. If you don't pick it up within 3 breaths, I still have 18 ways to play with it. Jiejia, Jiejia. Li Yi's head was spinning, and he almost fainted. He trembled as he walked forward, his entire body shaking like a sieve. His eyes were filled with incomparable fear, as if that bar of soap was a demon. He closed his eyes, and 2 lines of tears flowed down. He bent down and reached out to pick them up. Li Yunxiao, Li Yunxiao, it's all your fault. It's all your fault. I'm going to turn you into ashes. Turn you into ashes. He was roaring madly in his heart. Kiki, Kiki. The moment Li bent his back, a strange cry of extreme excitement rang out. Immediately after, a figure flashed and Yuan Xiang appeared behind Li Yi in an instant. Ah! A shrill scream that resounded through the heavens and earth came out from Li Yi's mouth. The Heavenly Jewel Sect is the supreme holy land of the Firecrow Empire. The 4 of you should leave immediately to avoid endless trouble. In front of the entrance of a sacred mountain, 2 disciples in green from the Heavenly Jewel Sect shouted at the 4 people in front of them with cold faces. If it wasn't for the fact that they couldn't afford to offend the aura emitted by these 4 people, they would have already started chasing them away. Hee, please calm down, brothers. We're here to collect a debt. The young master of your Heavenly Jewel Sect owes me a sum of money, Yunxiao said with a smile. I'm here to ask for it. One of the disciples frowned and shouted. Our young sect master owes you money? Don't mess around. Quickly retreat. Yunxiao unfolded the 2 IOUs and said, Big brothers, please take a look. This is the signature of your young sect master. The 2 of them looked at each other, and one of them squinted his eyes for a while. He suddenly sucked in a cold breath and said in horror, Woof! 2 billion mid-grade primordial stones. He was suddenly enraged. You're indeed here to cause trouble. Who are you? Tell me. The 2 of them were on guard as they took out their weapon rings. Duan Yu frowned and said, You're really free. Why don't you just break in? Why are you talking so much to a little guard? It's a waste of time to talk to them, Ding Linger said. Yunxiang took out a giant axe and swung it at him without saying a word. Wow, so strong. Quickly report to the sect. The 2 of them were so scared that they broke out in a cold sweat and instantly fled into the mountain gate, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Not good. Sect Master. Not good. Someone is here to cause trouble. The 2 gatekeeping disciples hurriedly passed through the mountain gate, constantly shouting. The passing disciples all stared at it, frowning, feeling very strange. The Heavenly Jewel Sect had been established in Firecrow Empire for thousands of years, if not tens of thousands of years, and no one had ever come to cause trouble. The expressions on their faces were not anger, but surprise and curiosity. It's improper to panic. As punishment, the 2 of you will be confined in the back mountain for 3 months. An elder strolled out of the hall, his face flashing with pride and sternness. He pointed at the 2 and said, Who dares to provoke us? The 2 disciples had a bitter look on their faces. One of them said, I don't know their names, but they are 2 men and 2 women. Their strength is above ours. Tisk. If I'm not as strong as the 2 of you, wouldn't coming to the Heavenly Jewel Sect be suicide? One of the disciples said sarcastically. The elder's face darkened and he said angrily, You don't even know the other party's name, and you came running back in such a hurry. You have really brought shame to the Heavenly Jewel Sect. The confinement will be changed to 1 year. Hee, it was my negligence that I didn't tell you my name. The city lord of Yanwu came here to pay a visit to the mountain and collect the debt. Yunxiao and the other 3 had suddenly appeared in front of the Heavenly Jewel Sect's main hall, as if they had just appeared out of thin air. The disciples around him retreated in shock. The elder's pupils shrank as his heart sank. What shocked them the most wasn't the inexplicable movement techniques of these 4 people, but the thunderous name that swept across the sky like a comet. The city lord of Yanwu, Li Yunxiao. The elder's forehead was covered in cold sweat as he stepped forward and said, So it's the Cloud Sky City Lord. I apologize for not coming out to welcome you. I am Su Hao of the Heavenly Jewel Sect. In Yanwu, the 7 layers of defense had taken a punch from a martial emperor. That earth-shattering battle had already been deeply engraved in the hearts of every Firecrow Empire martial artist. Even if Yunxiao's current strength was still that of a martial king, no one, including the 3 sect masters, would want to fight him. Besides, martial emperor Tianqin Li Huaqi had personally said that he would protect Yanwu. Who knew what kind of relationship Yunxiao had with Li Huaqi? Perhaps a titled martial emperor would come to their door one day and destroy their sect with a finger. Yunxiao cupped his fists and said with a smile, "Well said, well said. I'm only here to collect a debt today. I have no other intentions." Collect debts. Su Hao frowned and his face darkened. Cloud Sky City Lord, my heavenly jewel sect has nothing to do with you. What is the meaning of this? Yunxiao took out the 2 debts Wang Changhua had signed and said, "Elder Su, please take a look." Woof. 2 billion medial-grade primordial stones. Su Hao was taken aback. "Li Yunxiao," he said angrily, "you're here to cause trouble, aren't you? If you have the guts, then do not think that our heavenly jewel sect is easy to bully." "Elder Su, please calm down," Yunxiao said with a smile. "Take a closer look. Is this IOU real?" Su Hao's face was filled with disbelief, but he still lowered his head and looked at it carefully. He frowned and said, "If it really is an IOU, we must report it to the sect master before it can be dealt with. Please wait a moment." His figure flashed and he ran towards the main hall. Soon, there seemed to be energy fluctuations coming from the hall. Following that, a large group of people surrounded them from all directions. Each of them had a monstrous aura and their eyes were sharp. The lowest cultivation was actually a martial arts grandmaster. Surrounded by the crowd, Wang Songhe walked out and stared at Yunxiao for a long time without saying a word. He gently raised his hand, and the crowd quickly made way for him. For people carried a man up and threw him on the ground. The man's body was covered in blood and he was wailing in pain. It was a terrible sight. He was Wang Chong. Wang Songhe slowly said, "My child is insensible." He randomly wrote a huge IOU. This is his personal matter and has nothing to do with our heavenly jewel sect. Now, I've beaten him up and handed him over to the Cloud Sky City Lord to deal with. Yunxiao looked indifferently at Wang Chong, who was moaning in pain, and snorted coldly. "Sect leader Wang, you're really smart. You can pay 2 billion mid-grade primordial stones for a beating? In Mount Meru, in order to save your son, I used up all my magic treasures and offended all the experts. These things are only worth a beating." He pulled Duanyu over and pushed him forward, saying, "Since there's such a good thing, sect master, please also beat up my subordinates." "Fuck!" Duanyu cursed, slapped Yunxiao's hand away, and walked back. Wang Songhe frowned and said, "Then what do you think is a good idea, Lord of Cloud Sky City? This sum of money has nothing to do with our heavenly jewel sect, and even if it had the slightest connection, our heavenly jewel sect would not be able to afford it. The debt is my son's. If you want to find someone, go find him." "Sect leader Wang," Yunxiao said coldly, "it's your fault for pretending to be poor in front of me. If you really don't give it to me, then I can only use Wang Chong's life to pay for it." He took out the Ziying and Qingsua sword, and his killing intent rose as he gradually pointed it at Wang Chong's throat. Wang Chong's eyes were filled with fear. His eyeballs almost popped out and his whole body was trembling. Originally, his strength had increased by 1 star in Mount Meru. After returning, he had received Wang Songhe's unbridled praise, and was even rewarded with a 6th-tier profound weapon. Who knew that after Su Hao came in with the IOU, he was immediately slapped by Wang Songhe and vomited blood. When he was in Mount Meru, he would never have dreamed that Yunxiao would really dare to go to Heavenly Jewel Sect with an IOU. When Star Constellation arrived in Yanwu and attracted the attention of the 2 titled martial sovereigns, his heart sank, knowing that there was no way he could escape. "Spare me, Cloud Sky City Lord. Spare me." Wang Chong was so scared that tears were flowing out of his eyes and he kept trembling. He also knew his father's plan, which was to bet that Yunxiao would not dare to kill him in the Heavenly Jewel Sect, so that he could get away with the matter of the 2 billion IOU. But Yunxiao could not be judged by common sense. If he really did kill him, his life would be in great danger. "Spare my life. I saved your life in Mount Meru," Yunxiao said with a cold face. "But you captured my friend and threatened me. You still have the face to ask me to spare your life." No matter how Wang Chong begged for mercy, Wang Songhe still looked calm and indifferent. Yunxiao sneered in his heart and cursed him for being an old fox. If he really did, he would not be able to walk out of the Heavenly Jewel sect. The reason why the Heavenly Jewel sect was so wary of him now, and did not want to offend him, was because there was no conflict of interest. However, if he really killed his son, this old man would probably use the entire sect's strength to kill him. Furthermore, he had come to the Heavenly Jewel sect with a request. Thinking of this, he immediately smiled and put away his long sword. Although Wang Songhe's old face was still as cold as ice, there was a flash of surprise in his eyes, but it did not escape Yunxiao's eyes. "No matter what, Brother Wang Chong is sect leader Wang's son," Yunxiao said with a smile. "I've thought about it and I can't take his life. How about this, Ing Luo?" He turned around and said, "Old Duan, go and get a cage. We'll give Brother Wang Chong some strong aphrodisiacs. Then we'll lock him up with a few sows. This is definitely a big selling point. If we sell it to Xiangyang City and charge a fee to watch, we can more or less earn back some money." "Haha, you're really vicious, kid. But I like it." Duan Yu burst into laughter and walked forward to catch Wang Chong. Wang Chong's face turned pale in an instant. This time, even Wang Songhe could no longer remain calm. He said in a deep voice, "Cloud Sky City Lord, I can be killed but not humiliated. Don't go too far." Yunxiao narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, "Sect leader Wang, you must keep your word. You just said that I can deal with it however I want. And now you're going back on your words? He owes me money, so I'm using the money he earned to make up for it. Is there anything wrong with that?" "You coward! Cloud Sky City Lord, what must I do to let my son go? State your conditions." Wang Songhe was furious. "But 2 billion is too much. Our Heavenly Jewel sect cannot afford that." "We're all so familiar with each other," Yunxiao said with a smile. "We're all under the blue sky of Firecrow Empire. It's not a big deal to owe some money. I also have something I need sect leader Wang's help with. How about this? As long as your sect can lend me the teleportation formation for a while, I'll cut off 100 million from this debt. How about it?" "What? You want to borrow our domain teleporting formation?" Wang Songhe was stunned for a moment. Then he laughed, as if he was very happy. In the entire Firecrow Empire, only the Jutian sect and our Heavenly Jewel sect have such a regional teleportation array. The Cloud Heaven City Lord has come to the right person. The cost of each domain teleportation is astronomical. How about this? The City Lord has helped my son a little in Mount Meru, so I'll teleport you for free this time. As for the IOU, Without a word, Yunxiao turned and was about to go down the mountain when he said expressionlessly, "Old Duan, take Wang Chong to Jutian sect. Then, I'll cut down a few trees to make a cage." "Yes." Duan Yu's spirit was lifted, and he reached out to grab Wang Chong again. "Hold on, Cloud Sky City Lord," Wang Songhe hurriedly said. "Let's talk things over. That 2 billion is indeed wufu." He suddenly stopped talking, and a light flashed in his eyes as if he had thought of something. "We can't afford 2 billion primordial stones, but we have something of equal value. I wonder if Cloud Sky City Lord is interested?" As soon as he said that, the surrounding elders of the Heavenly Jewel sect looked at each other, frowning, not knowing what Wang Songhe was planning. Su Hao suddenly shouted with his eyes wide open, "Sect Master, you can't be talking about Ing Luo." His actions immediately caused the elders to react one after another. All of them had strange expressions on their faces. Some frowned, some laughed strangely, and some were stunned. Yunxiao glanced at everyone's faces and said indifferently, "There seems to be a problem with the item of equivalent value sect leader Wang mentioned. It seems that none of you are interested." Cough, cough. "Cloud Sky City Lord, please follow me," Wang Songhe coughed and said. The crowd immediately made way for them. Yunxiao frowned slightly, and the four of them followed Wang Songhe into the inner part of the Heavenly Jewel Sect. The Heavenly Jewel Sect was located in the place with the richest natural energy in the Firecrow Empire. The mountains were shrouded in mist, and the sect had been established for thousands of years. The trees in the mountains were directly rooted in the boulders, with short branches and leaves, lush and green, giving people a sense of strength and upright. After walking for a while, they came to a mountain stream. A waterfall fell from the sky, and jade fragments flew in all directions. On the cliff wall, there were a few bold and powerful words. 24 moonlit bridges. The words were like dragons and snakes dancing, bold and unrestrained. In the waterfall, they flickered with a fine light, giving people a strange feeling, making them want to worship. Xianxia's pupils constricted as he said in a serious voice, "What is this place? It's a strange feeling. This is the sacred ground of the Heavenly Jewel Sect, also known as the Land of Inheritance." Wang Songhe laughed. The Land of Inheritance? Xianxia was taken aback for a moment. Then a look of disappointment flashed across his face as he said indifferently, "I thought it was some good stuff. It turned out to be a place for the legacy of cultivation techniques. I have as many martial techniques as I want. In my eyes, the items of equivalent value that sect leader Wang mentioned are not worth a single cent." What a big tone. Everyone was extremely dissatisfied in their hearts. There were as many martial techniques as one wanted in the world. Wang Songhe was also stunned, but then he smiled and said, "The Cloud Sky City Lord's power is monstrous, so he naturally doesn't care about some martial arts techniques. However, our Heavenly Jewel Sect's inheritance is different. It is not a martial skill inheritance, but a divine body inheritance." Divine body inheritance? Xianxia seemed to have thought of something as he said in shock. "You mean those special physiques can also be inherited?" Wang Songhe revealed a proud smile and said, "That's right. It was said that the City Lord of Cloud Sky City was also good at body tempering techniques, so he should naturally know how powerful those special physiques were. But those were all inborn divine bodies that couldn't be changed. As for the bright moon god physique of our Heavenly Jewel Sect, it can be passed down through this place." Apart from the people of the Heavenly Jewel Sect, who looked calm, Xianxia and the other three were shocked speechless. In this world, some people were born with extremely powerful talents. In the history of the heavenly martial continent, they were known as divine bodies. In the known records, there had been more than 10 types of divine bodies. Meng Bai's Heaven-Earth Venomous Body and Luo Yunshang's Nine-Yang Body were both considered divine bodies. Each divine body was extremely powerful and could at least become an overlord in the future. After the appearance of the divine body, all kinds of body refining techniques were constantly excavated and studied by the almighty experts of the past generations in the hope that they could continuously approach the divine body physique through acquired training. However, most of them ended in failure and only a few succeeded. However, they were also called the supreme secret techniques of the major sects and could not be spread. Xianxia's tyrant body tempering technique was one of the best. Even he, who had once been a martial sovereign of the 9 heavens, did not know that there was such a thing as inheriting the divine body in this world. However, he quickly calmed down and sneered, "Divine body inheritance? If they were really that amazing, how could the Heavenly Jewel Sect be one of the 3 major sects in Firecrow Empire? It should be one of the 7 great forces in the realm of heavenly martial arts." "Of course," Wang Songhe laughed cunningly. "This kind of divine body inheritance is also extremely mysterious. Ever since I entered the Heavenly Jewel Sect, only one person has been able to obtain the inheritance of this place. One person. That's a probability that can be ignored." Duan Yu snapped. "Xian Ruyu?" Xiao's pupils constricted. Could it be Xian Ruyu? Not bad. It's because he obtained the inheritance of the bright moon divine body that I accepted him as my disciple," Wang Songhe said with a smile. In the history of the Heavenly Jewel Sect, there were a total of 5 people who had obtained the divine body inheritance. In the end, all of them stepped into the martial emperor realm, Fengyun realm. Ding Ling and Yunshang both smiled. Becoming a martial sovereign was a dream for most warriors, but it was not a problem for Yunxiao at all. Wang Songhe narrowed his eyes as he stared at Yunxiao and said, Cloud Sky City Lord? Are you willing to give it a try? The price was the 2 IOUs. No matter what the result is, I will activate the inter-province transportation formation and send the 4 of you across the province. How about it? Are you taking us for fools? Duan Yu shouted. Take out 2 billion yuan stones and exchange it for something that only 5 people have succeeded in thousands of years. Hurry up and hand over the yuan stones. Wang Songhe ignored him and looked at Yunxiao as he repeated, Lord of Cloud Sky City, are you willing to give it a try? Everyone was staring at him, and the cliff suddenly became quiet. Yunxiao looked at the words, 24 moonlit bridges for a long time before he said, Sect Leader Wang, you really know how to do business. Wang Songhe smiled and said, 2 billion primordial stones is indeed a lot. However, for a peerless figure like the Cloud Heaven City Lord, he would not give up any chance to improve his martial arts. Even if the chance is only 1 in 10,000. Am I right? Yunxiao also smiled and said with an eager expression, Tell me, how do you want to inherit it? Hey, kid, you're crazy. 2 billion? Duan Yu was surprised. That's 2 billion. 100 million. Wang Songhe's heart skipped a beat, and his opinion of Yunxiao immediately rose by several levels. Although he hoped that he would give it a try to offset the 2 billion debt, he did not expect the other party to be so straightforward, which surprised him. The group of elders from the Heavenly Jewel sect also looked at each other, having different thoughts about Yunxiao's choice. Wang Songhe pointed to the waterfall and said, There is a cave behind the 5th word Ming in the 7 words. You can go in. Ding Ling gave him 2 thumbs up and smiled encouragingly. Young Master Yun, you can do it. Yunxiao returned a smile and a thumbs up. He vaguely saw a cave behind the water curtain waterfall, and with a step, he rushed into it. The people of the Heavenly Jewel sect did not show much of an expression on their faces, as the number of disciples who had entered the sect was in the tens of millions, and in the past thousands of years, there had only been 5 of them. When Xian Ruyu first obtained the divine body inheritance, no one believed it. In the end, it was only confirmed after a month of commotion. The Lord of Cloud Sky City is truly a peerless figure. Wang Songhe laughed and sighed. Just based on his age, his heroism is unparalleled. Duan Yu cursed angrily. What the hell? He's clearly a stupid pig. And he's been tricked by you. Oh my god. 2 billion. As soon as Yunxiao stepped into the cave, he felt a cold and refreshing feeling invade his body. It's so cool. What's inside? Could there be something of extreme ease? He strode inside without any worry about any danger. Soon, they came to a spacious area, which was as bright as day. Beads of various sizes were embedded on the walls, each of them giving off an intense light like a dragon's eye. In the middle of the cave was a strange array with all kinds of strange inscriptions and tadpole-like characters on it. The ancient feeling was clearly thousands of years old. Yunxiao walked around the array, but he could not figure out what it was. The pearls on the walls did not seem to be ordinary night-luminescent pearls. He reached out to touch them, and when he touched them, he felt a resistance and bounced off. This looks like the moon pearl of the East Sea? It was said that there was a type of jiaoyu in the Eastern Sea that cried when they heard the song. The tears turned into pearls with magical power, and they were called the moon pearls of the East Sea. I don't care. I want to try and see what this divine body inheritance is all about. A hint of solemnity and perseverance flashed in his eyes. When he thought of Meng Wu and her brother, he suddenly felt a great pain, and his face turned pale. Although he pretended to be fine in front of everyone, when no one was around, he would cultivate so crazily that he would only stop when he was on the verge of collapse. Wei Qing, Yao Jinliang, I swear I'll skin you alive. His eyes were filled with anger, and his body trembled slightly. All kinds of negative emotions rushed into his brain, and he couldn't control himself. This was the first time he had suffered such a huge setback in both his previous and current lives. He had ordered his men to capture Meng Wu and her brother in the Divine Realm tablet. The feeling of powerlessness, of being unable to protect his family and friends, made him feel unbearable pain. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, He gradually calmed down and returned to his usual calm and indifferent expression as he stepped into the array. At that moment, the moon beads of the East Sea around them brightened up in an instant, then shot out beams of light in a certain order, shooting into the array and penetrating Yunxiao's body. This is a Tao Wu. It actually passed through. Yunxiao looked at his body in surprise. Every beam of light could penetrate his body, and he could only watch as his muscles, bones, and blood circulated. All his internal organs were exposed under the light. Moreover, after a ray of light shot through, he would feel a slight abnormality in his body, as if it was washing away impurities. This situation had also occurred when he was cultivating the tyrant body tempering technique. He knew that there would be no danger, so he simply relaxed his mind and immersed himself in this feeling. Soon, he entered a state of enlightenment. The light swirled around his body, forming a beautiful pattern that floated above him. At this moment, Yunxiao was not only in the state of his physical body, but also in the state of his primordial qi, which seemed to be led by the light of the moon pearls of the East Sea around him, and was rushing toward the bottleneck. In the mountain stream, everyone was still waiting. Sect leader Wang, how long will this inheritance take? Asked Ding Ling. Wang Songhe said, it doesn't matter. Generally speaking, the worse the talent, the shorter the failure time. The Cloud Sky City Lord had been in there for more than 2 hours, and he was already far better than ordinary people. Back then, I failed in just an hour. Maybe the City Lord of Cloud Sky City will be the 6th person to inherit the divine body, he said with a smile. Humph. Duan Yu snorted coldly and said, only an idiot like him would try something that is absolutely impossible. Even if he doesn't inherit the divine body, he'll be able to become a 9 heavens martial sovereign in the future with his abnormal level. I believe that young Master Yun will be able to get the bright moon divine body. Yunxiang suddenly said. The crowd didn't comment and just smiled. Obviously, he didn't like her words. Ding Linger frowned and said, Sister Yunxiang, did you sense something? She knew that Yunxiang had the divine body of 9 yang, so she might be able to sense something. No. Yunxiang shook her head and said, I just have a hunch. He's out. Su Hao suddenly cried out in alarm as he saw a figure fly out from behind the waterfall. Yun Xiao landed gently in front of the crowd, his face still as calm as an ancient well, and no expression could be seen. Young Master Yun, how is it? Ding Ling asked hurriedly. He's still expressionless after losing 2 billion primordial stones. Duan Yu snorted. I'm impressed. Cloud Sky City Lord, how do you feel? Wang Songhe asked with a smile. Even if you don't have a body, after being baptized by the formation inside, your body will still be greatly improved. Don't be upset, Lord of Cloud Sky City. Su Hao comforted him. Countless geniuses in the past have failed to obtain the inheritance. Is this what the so-called bright moon divine body is like? Yun Xiao suddenly asked. Suddenly, the light on his body brightened up. Rays of white light appeared around his body. There were a total of 24 rays. They slowly rose up behind him and connected together in the sky. It was dazzling and beautiful. Under this strange phenomenon, the entire mountain stream glowed with a brilliant light. Silence. Complete silence. Other than the flowing water and the chirping of birds, it was as if there was no one else. Ha ha! You actually got it? Duan Yu was the first one to burst into laughter. He was overjoyed as he said, You're really something. 2 billion for a divine body, you didn't lose anything. Ha ha ha. In the cultivation of martial arts, as long as one could advance even a little bit, it was worth it no matter how much it cost. Not to mention that it was the legendary divine body. Although he didn't know what characteristics this bright moon body had, at least it looked extraordinary. Yun Xiao also seemed to have gained great benefits, and he looked very satisfied. This time, everyone was jolted awake. But Wang Songhe and the other members of the Heavenly Jewel sect still had their mouths wide open, big enough to stuff a watermelon in. A few of the elders even rubbed their eyes and patted their heads from time to time to see if they were dreaming. Yunxiang smiled knowingly and said, I knew you could do it. Yun Xiao nodded and said to Wang Songhe with a smile, Thank you Sect Leader Wang for your help. Those 2 IOUs are now void. Please take us to the inter-province transportation formation. This Tao Wu. How is this possible? Wang Songhe was in a daze and kept muttering to himself. The elders behind him looked at Yunxiao as if they had seen a monster, and they could not help but wipe the cold sweat off their foreheads. In the past thousands of years, only 4 people had passed, but in the past few years, 2 of them had actually passed. Cloud Sky City Lord. You're truly the chosen one, Wang Songhe said with a bitter smile. He shook his head with envy and made a gesture of invitation. He helplessly led the group to the interdomain teleportation formation. Ding Ling looked at Wang Songhe's bitter expression and smiled. Sect leader Wang, there's no need to be so dejected. Young Master Yun has obtained the divine body inheritance, but your heavenly jewel sect has not lost anything. On the contrary, I've received a big favor from you, and I'll definitely repay you in the future. When she said this, Wang Songhe suddenly came to a realization. If such a peerless figure could owe him a favor, the value would be great. It might even be more than 2 billion primordial stones. He was immediately happy. Soon, they arrived at the inter-province transportation formation. An ancient yet grand array rune came, giving people a very magnanimous feeling. The 4 of you, please enter the formation. There are no more than 10 of these interdomain teleportation arrays in the entire southern region, Wang Songhe said with a smile. Yunxiao nodded slightly and said with a smile, Thank you, Sect Leader Wang. I'll remember your kindness today. He strode into the center of the array, followed by Ding Ling Luo Yunxiang and Duan Yu. Apart from Yu Jilin, who was still trapped in the Divine Realm tablet, the rest of the warriors and alchemists had been settled in Yanwu. After all, the spirit qi there was already uncountable in the entire continent, and it would be faster to improve than staying in the Divine Realm tablet. The 4 of them entered the array, and the teleportation array was opened under Wang Songhe's control. A huge roar sounded, and a colorful light emerged, wrapping the 4 of them. Moreover, the amount of primordial stones required for each teleportation was also astonishingly large. A large number of primordial stones were instantly sucked dry of spiritual energy in the surroundings and turned into powder, stirring up dust and dust. The light of the teleportation lasted for about the time it took to brew a cup of tea before slowly dimming. At this time, the array was already empty, and Yunxiao and the other 3 were directly teleported out. In the wilderness, layers of dark clouds suddenly surged up, and a hole appeared in the sky, from which Yunxiao and the other 3 fell one after another. Although they had fallen from the air with their strength, they landed easily. Looking around, they were all stunned. Damn it! Duan Yu cursed. How is this the Light Song Forest? What the hell is this place? The teleportation array of Heavenly Jewel Sect is too simple, Yunxiao said with a frown. It's so inaccurate. There's no one around here. It's a good thing we're in the North region, Ding Ling said with a bitter smile. Let's find our way. She took out a formation disc and began to measure. Yunxiao spread out his divine sense and said with a frown, There's a group of people 3 li away. You can ask for directions now. The 3 of you, why don't you enter the Divine Realm tablet? You can cultivate in peace. Ding Ling and Luo Yunxiang both shook their heads. Duan Yu chuckled and said, Boy, you're quite lucky with women. I won't be the 3rd wheel. Call me when we reach the forest. Yunxiao waved his hand speechlessly and put it back into his glabella. Soon, a group of people appeared at the end of the wilderness. There were dozens of people, and a large number of horses and carriages. It seemed to be a merchant group. At the forefront of the caravan were 2 tall dragon horses. It was said that these demonic beasts had the blood of dragons, and their bodies would reflect certain dragon characteristics. However, many alchemists failed to extract even a trace of dragon power from the dragon horse's blood after trying all kinds of methods. In the end, they concluded that the dragon blood in the dragon horse was so thin that it was almost negligible. But no matter what, the dragon horse was a well-known Tier 3 demonic beast. It was not something that ordinary forces could afford to raise at will. The 2 men riding on dragon horses at the front of the caravan had mighty figures. One of them shouted, Who's in front? Report your name. Chong Chong. Everyone in the caravan drew their weapons vigilantly. It was obvious that they were all veterans. I'm lost, Xianxia shouted. Big brothers, how do I get to the Gentle Song Forest? I don't know. Get out of my way. The leader's face darkened and he immediately shouted. His aura was extremely calm and faintly spread out. He actually had the cultivation of a martial arts grandmaster. Xianxia sighed in his heart. The southern region was really weak in the entire heavenly martial realm, and any random horse rider in the northern region had the cultivation base of a martial grandmaster. In the southern mountain range, he would be an elder of a major force. Are you guys also going to the Gentle Song Woodland? Suddenly, a very light voice came from the caravan. Like a young man. The leader's expression changed and he hurriedly said, Young master, we don't know where these people come from. We shouldn't be meddlesome. There was a big sedan chair carried by 8 people in the caravan, and the young man's voice came from inside. I don't think they are bad people. Moreover, this demon plains is extremely dangerous. If we don't help them, they might lose their lives here at any time. Demon plains. Ding Ling was shocked, and she said, It's actually this damn place. Xianxia frowned as well. Although the demon land was not as deadly as the other forbidden lands, it was still a dangerous place on the heavenly martial continent. Large numbers of cultivators died in it all year round because it was adjacent to the Gentle Song Forest. It could be said to be a natural defense of the forest. The mercenary city, the Gentle Song Woodland, was also the most chaotic place on the heavenly martial continent. All kinds of criminals and fugitives loved to come to this place. As long as they could afford the reward, these people would do anything. It was a city of thugs. That's right. If you want to go to the Lightsong Woodland, you must pass through this demon land. A youth rolled up the bead curtain on the palanquin, revealing a pale and handsome face. He laughed lightly and said, This is the hinterlands of the demon land. How did you come in? Could it be that a teleportation formation directly sent you here? The young man was very smart and guessed the reason right. That's right, Xianxia said. There was a deviation in the teleportation, and we should have gone directly to the Gentle Song Forest. You just need to show us the way. You don't need to take us with you. The young man seemed to be seriously ill. Although his face was full of smiles, it could not hide his pale expression. He smiled and said, It's okay. We'll be safer with more people. I'm also going to the Gentle Song Woodland. Young master. The leader was very anxious, obviously very opposed to this young man's decision, and said, No ordinary person can possess a teleportation array. There's definitely something wrong with these 3. Left Commander, how can there be so many bad people in this world? The youth said. I'm Hai Lin, what about you? He said to the 3. Xianxia smiled. The young man seemed to be inexperienced and a little naive. He introduced the 3 of them one by one, then said, Then I'll have to trouble everyone. The left commander's expression was extremely unsightly. He said angrily, The 3 of you better be smart. Otherwise, with your little strength, I can kill you all with one move. A cold look flashed in his eyes, and he stared at Ding Linger with vigilance. Among the 3 of them, this woman's cultivation base was the highest, and it seemed to be slightly higher than his. Hee, don't worry. Brother Hai Lin is so kind. How could we have any bad thoughts? Xianxia chuckled. He could sense the unfriendly gazes from the people around him. It seemed that these guards were very concerned about the young man's safety. It's good that you don't. The 3 of you walk in front, the left commander said coldly. Left commander? How can you do this? Hai Lin frowned. Besides, there are 2 girls here, so the 3 of you can come and sit with me in the sedan. You can't. The left commander and the right commander shouted almost in unison. Everyone was firmly against it. The right commander led 2 dragon horses and said, The 3 of you, ride the dragon horse. Xianxia rode on one, while Yunxiang and Ding Ling rode on the other. They were surrounded by several Martial King realm warriors before they continued on their journey. I'm sorry, Hai Lin sighed. I'll treat you well when we get to the forest. You're too kind, Brother Hai Lin, Xianxia said with a smile. I haven't ridden this dragon horse for many years. I really miss it. Humph. The left commander snorted coldly, and his eyes never left Ding Ling-er. Among the three of them, Ding Ling-er was the only one he was most wary of. Our young master is a rare kind man, the right commander said indifferently. If you have any evil intentions, I swear I will take your lives. Don't worry. Yunxiao narrowed his eyes and said, I won't. However, I see that your young master's complexion doesn't look too good. It seems that he's suffering from a chronic illness. The left commander's expression changed and he shouted angrily, It's none of your business. Keep your mouth shut. Young Master Yun, you are an alchemist. Ding Ling-er could not help but say, Maybe you have a way to save your young master. What? This kid is an alchemist. Everyone was shocked. The left commander was also stunned. His attitude seemed to have improved a little, but his tone was still cold. Alchemists are honorable, but there are many of them in the world. Our young master's illness has been treated by 6th-tier alchemists, but none of them could do anything. Ding Ling-er seemed to want to say something, but she stopped when she saw Yunxiao's meaningful glance. It was only after learning that Yunxiao was an alchemist that the attitudes of the people around him became a little warmer. At this time, Hai Lin also sat in front of the palanquin and said with an envious expression, Young Master Yun, I didn't expect you to be an alchemist even though you're younger than me. You're really amazing. Young Master, there's no need to belittle yourself, the right commander said. If it wasn't for your illness, your achievements would be far above your peers. Even though I'm currently plagued with illness, there aren't many of my peers who can compare to you. What kind of achievement is this? Hai Lin smiled bitterly. I'd rather die than live. Yunxiao's eyes flickered with a golden light as he looked at Hai Lin's face for a while, and then he smiled. Hai Lin seemed to notice that Yunxiao was looking at him, and he said a little embarrassedly, I've embarrassed myself in front of young Master Yun. If I'm not mistaken, Brother Hai Lin's body is weak because of the extremely domineering bloodline in your body, Yunxiao said with a smile. Swish! The left commander hurriedly stopped the dragon horse. A look of shock flashed through his eyes as he said, You're really an alchemist. How could you see it at a glance? Hai Lin was also surprised. Young Master Yun, you have good eyes. Even the 6th-tier great alchemist had to observe for a long time before he dared to make such a claim. Do you have any good ideas? After he asked, he seemed to feel that it was a little inappropriate and laughed at himself. There's no way to cure my illness. The alchemist once said that only a 9th-tier alchemist could cure my illness. The world was vast. But where else could one find a 9th-tier alchemist besides the few supreme lords in the Sea of Soul Formation? And even if he did, why would he come and treat me? He said it with a wave of sadness, and the people around him also became sad. It could be seen that Hai Lin still had a good impression and loyalty of his subordinates. Don't worry, young master, the left commander said through gritted teeth. The heavens will definitely reward you for your kindness. Ding Ling-er and Luo Yunxiang looked at each other and smiled knowingly. Perhaps it was his kindness that touched the heavens and allowed the young man to meet Yunxiao. He did not have a 9th-tier alchemist, but he had once been one. It's nothing, Hai Lin said with a smile. I'm fine like this. Brother Hai Lin, Yunxiao said after some thought. Can I take a closer look? Young Master Yun, you don't have to worry about me, Hai Lin said. I don't have much hope in my illness. Since you don't have any hope, Yunxiao said with a smile, why don't you take a look? Oh? Hai Lin was stunned for a moment before he smiled and said, Please. The left commander frowned, and a vigilant look appeared on his face, but he did not say anything in the end. He watched Yunxiao leap onto the palanquin, and then he gathered his true energy in his hand, as if he was ready to attack at the first sign of trouble. The right commander was also very cooperative, and his aura immediately locked Ding Ling-er and Luo Yunxiang. Yunxiao gradually invaded Hai Lin's body with his divine sense, and a surprised look gradually appeared on his face. Yun Xianxian, young Master Yun, how is my young master's condition? The left commander's face was solemn, and he no longer had the vigilance and disrespect he had earlier. Looking at Yunxiao's face, he began to worry. What a strong rhythm of the earth. This is the blood of an earth-type monster beast. It's very likely to be a ninth-rank existence. Frowning, Xianxia began to recite. What kind of demonic beast is this swan and I? One of the 3 chief beasts? Something was wrong. An ice-souled draconic rock beast? That's not right. His pupils suddenly shrank, and he said in horror, could it be the wilderness Kuan bull? Hailin's face was filled with shock, and the guards around him were also shocked. Excitement flashed across the left commander's face as he said, young Master Yun, are you sure it's that Baron Kuan bull? What? Hailin was surprised. At that time, the alchemist also said that my blood contains the power of an earth-type demon beast. However, he had tried all kinds of methods, but he couldn't determine what kind of demon beast it was. In the end, he was helpless. Before he left, he said that unless we can confirm which kind of demonic beast's bloodline power it is, then we can find the right cure. Young Master, I'm sure of it, the left commander said excitedly. It must be that whatever wilderness Kuan bull. Every time the young master lost consciousness, a huge bull-shaped shadow would appear behind him. Xianxia withdrew his divine sense and said, as expected. That's right. That's great. Young master's illness can be cured. The right commander was also extremely excited and said, the 6th-tier alchemist said that as long as we know what kind of demon beast it is, we will have a way. The guards around them were all overjoyed, and their eyes were filled with gratitude as they looked at Xianxia and the others. On the other hand, Hailin was the calmest. Although his face was also flushed with excitement, he still asked calmly, young Master Yun, do you have a way to cure my illness? It's difficult, Xianxia said after a moment of silence. The left commander's expression changed. He frowned and asked in confusion, how could this be? Isn't knowing the source of the power of the bloodline a cure? Xianxia touched his nose and said with a wry smile, the alchemist was right. However, if it's the barbaric Kuan bull, this method won't work. Hailin remained silent, frowning as he waited for him to continue. You must know that the 5 elements in heaven and earth reinforce and counteract each other, Xianxia said. Every demon beast has its nemesis. However, the Baron Kuan bull was a demonic beast from ancient times. Only the powerful wood-type existences from ancient times could restrain it. Where are you going to find a peak 9th-rank wood-type monster beast to counter his bloodline power? Divine-controlled martial sovereign Yao Jinliang's burial year beast is only of the water element. These words immediately left everyone speechless, and the fire of hope that had just been ignited was instantly extinguished. Hailin was also stunned. So, even if I find a 9th-tier alchemist, there's no cure for my illness? That's not it, Xianxia said. I'm just saying that it won't work. The left commander's face suddenly darkened. He said unhappily, can't you just say everything in one go? Can my young master's illness be cured or not? Of course there are ways to save him, Xianxia said with a smile. I know at least 3 ways to save him. But none of them will be easier than finding a 9th-tier alchemist. You must be wearing a wood-type mystic treasure, he said to Hailin. Otherwise, your body can't suppress the power of this barbaric Kuan bull. Hailin took out a bead that was flashing with spiritual light and said, young Master Yun, you're indeed a master. This is a wood spirit pearl. The right commander looked at the bead and frowned. He felt that it was inappropriate for Hailin to show it to others, but he held back. Xianxia nodded. As expected, it's a wood elemental supreme treasure. But I'm afraid it can't suppress it for long. In this demon land, I only have one thing that can cure your illness. What? Just this demon land? A glint flashed across the left commander's face as he said excitedly, quickly tell me, what is it? Even if I have to turn the entire demon land upside down, I will find it. No. Xianxia shook his head and said, don't be happy too early. What's the most powerful demonic beast in the demon land? The left commander's expression changed and instantly became extremely unsightly. He said, you mean the 9-winged spirit snake bird? Or a soul-breaking type goo? Do I have to kill them? All the guards' expressions changed. The nine-winged spirit snake bird and the soul-breaking type Kuan were the two most powerful demonic beasts in the demon land. There were not many of them, but they were 8th-rank existences. Even the martial honors of the human race would not dare to fight alone. Ding Linger frowned and suddenly said, "The most powerful creature in the demon land is not the nine-winged spirit snake bird, nor is it the soul-breaking type spinal bone, but the 5 elements spirit-devouring rat." 5 elements spirit-devouring rat? Everyone's expression became strange, and many people's lips curled into a sneer. "Miss Ding, you may not know this, but the 5 elements spirit-engulfing rat is only a 3rd-rank being. I can kill over 100 of them with a single move." "You're right." Ding Linger nodded and said, "The 5 elements spirit-devouring rats aren't strong individually. However, I've heard from my father that there are hundreds of millions of 5-element spirit-devouring rats in the demon planes. If they were to gather together, even a saint domain god would be able to exterminate them." Everyone's expression changed drastically. When they thought of the thousands of rats swarming over, they all shivered and broke out in cold sweat. The right commander also wiped his cold sweat and said awkwardly, "This Swan and I, isn't it a bit too much to have 100 million? Fortunately, these 5-element spirit-devouring rats don't have any intelligence and don't know how to group up." "Hundreds of millions?" Yunxiao's eyes flickered as he said, "It's not an exaggeration, although the demon land was vast and boundless. After countless years of raising so many 5-element spirit-devouring rats, the grassland was still lush and full of spiritual energy. Do you know why? This buy-in." Everyone was stunned and began to think carefully. Although they were in the Lightsong Forest, which was adjacent to the demon land, they had never thought about this problem. That's right, those 5-element spirit-devouring rats all fed on the spirit herbs in this demon plains for a living. So why had it not been barren for tens of thousands of years? Yunxiao looked at everyone's expressions and said, "That's because in the core of the demon land, there's a tree of life that has existed since the beginning of time. It's called Eternal Evergreen." The right commander frowned. "I've heard of this ancient evergreen tree before. However, we've roamed the demon plains for so many years. We've never seen it before. It's not easy to find this ancient evergreen tree," Yunxiao sighed. "It's not something that can be explained in a few words. Let's go to the Gentle Song woodland first. You all seem to be mercenaries from the Lightsong Forest. Can you analyze the situation inside?" Ding Linger also perked up her ears. However, the Gentle Song Forest had always been a chaotic place, and they had not spread out there, so they knew very little information. "I'll explain." Hyline's spirit seemed to have improved. After hearing so much about his illness, he seemed to have a glimmer of hope in his heart. The Lightsong Forest is actually a chaotic place. Many people die every day, but there are still many people coming in. Because this was a paradise for violence, a paradise for criminals. As long as you have the strength or the money, you can get everything you want in there. Hai Lin's eyes seemed to flash with a trace of disgust, and he said, "It seems to be very chaotic inside, but it actually has its own operating rules. There are over 100 factions, big and small, and 3 of them call themselves the King of Mercenaries. None of them are willing to submit to each other, and they've fought countless battles, resulting in countless deaths and injuries." Hyland stopped and panted a few times before continuing. "These 3 are the leaders of the 3 largest mercenary groups in the Lightsong Forest. They are the leader of the Skeleton Mercenary Group, Xinfeng, the leader of the Storm Mercenary Group, Chan Chuanjiu, and the leader of the Rookie Mercenary Group, Halian Xiaohuang." Yunxiao's eyes narrowed slightly. Ding Linger and Yunshang also gave him a look with a smile in their eyes. The left commander's expression turned serious as he said, "Young master, if the vice captain were to hear what you've said, he'll definitely punish you. There is only one king of mercenaries in the forest, and that is Regiment Commander Hao Lian." "You're Lao Ai," Yunxiao said suspiciously. "My father is Hai Beifei, the vice captain of the Rookie Mercenary Group," Hai Lin said with a smile. Yunxiao had a strange feeling in his heart. So, they're on the same side? They talked as they walked, and after several miles, they suddenly felt a strange fluctuation. Yunxiao's divine sense was the most powerful, so he quickly sensed it, and his face changed. "Young Master Yun, what's wrong?" Hailin noticed his expression and asked in surprise. Yun Xiao stood in the sedan and looked into the distance. "Everyone be careful. There's a large group of 5-element spirit-devouring rats coming from the front." "What?" The left and right commanders looked at each other, both somewhat suspicious. But they knew that Yun Xiao was an alchemist of a rather high level, so it was normal for his divine sense to be far superior to theirs. "A large batch of 5-element spirit-devouring rats?" the right commander asked with a frown. "Demonic beasts like the 5-element spirit-devouring rats don't like to form groups, do they?" "It's fine if it's just 5-element spirit-devouring rats," replied Commander Zhua. "No matter how many of them there are, they won't be able to hurt us." Ding Ling on the other hand, had a worried look in her eyes, because she saw the seriousness on Yun Xiao's face, and she immediately became vigilant. After the caravan traveled for a few miles, the look on everyone's faces became more and more strange. They had not found any traces of demon beasts for a long time, and all of them began to doubt Yun Xiao's words. Could it be that those 5-element spirit-engulfing rats knew we were coming and all ran away? The left commander could not help but laugh. The rest of the people also laughed out loud, and there were many mocking voices. Hailin frowned and showed a look of displeasure. All of a sudden, the right commander's expression changed drastically and became paler and paler. He pointed at a dark shadow rising from the ground in front of him and cried out in horror, "Five-element spirit-devouring rat!" Everyone in the caravan stopped. In a few breaths, everyone saw a vast expanse of black. It was as if a black wave was surging towards them. Along with the black color, there were also countless squeaking sounds of rats, which pierced everyone's eardrums. "Woof! My God! There are so many 5-element spirit-devouring rats in this Swan and I." Everyone was dumbfounded. Their feet turned cold and they felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Ding Ling was also shocked. "Left Commander, didn't you say that the 5-elemental spirit-devouring rats don't like to be together? There must be at least tens of thousands of them, right?" Everyone shivered all over. Tens of thousands of Tier 3 demonic beasts were disdainful. Although the left commander was scared, he was an old hand after all. He immediately calmed down and shouted, "Everyone, form a big circle and protect the young master. If someone dies in battle, quickly shrink the circle. You must maintain the safety of the circle." Everyone's face flashed with understanding. Although the 5-element spirit-devouring mouse's attack power wasn't strong, it was still a third-rank existence, comparable to a human great martial master. Many of the guards were martial grandmasters, and they were no match for them. Each of them drew their weapons and formed a big circle around Hailin, Yun Xiao, and the other two, waiting quietly for the 5-element spirit-devouring rats to come. Hailin desperately shouted, "Everyone, don't worry about me. Form an all-formation and charge through here. I'm the young master, you have to listen to me." Everyone was facing the outside without moving, and no one was listening to him. Yun Xiao secretly praised them in his heart. The quality of this rookie mercenary group was indeed good. Ding Ling and Luo Yunshang jumped off their horses and stepped forward, saying, "Let's join the battle." The left commander was about to refuse, but when he saw that Ding Ling cultivation base was not inferior to his, and Luo Yunshang was also a martial king, he nodded and said, "I'll have to trouble the two young ladies. If we can return alive this time, the newbie mercenary group will be eternally grateful." "You're welcome, Commander Zhua," said Ding Ling with a smile. "Since we're acquaintances, we should naturally work together." Ding Ling had been in the Chamber of Commerce since she was a child, so she was very experienced in the ways of the world and receiving guests, which gave people a dignified and beautiful feeling. This made the left and right commanders secretly praise him. "In fact, there's no need to make the battle so big," Yun Xiao murmured. "With so many 5-element spirit-devouring rats, even you, a martial grandmaster, can't hold them off for long. I suggest that we reduce the size of the battle circle and divide it into two groups. Whoever couldn't hold on, another person would take over. They could also pay attention to the safety of their companions and help whoever was in danger. If they rotate like this, they should be able to last until the tide of rats passes. Hai Lin's eyes lit up, and he quickly said, "Young Master Yun is right. Left Commander. Quickly shrink the battle circle." The left commander's eyes flickered with surprise. Yun Xiao's idea was indeed very good. He immediately shouted, "Shrink the battle circle. All experts at the rank of Martial Lord and above will stand at the outermost ring, and those below the rank of Martial Lord will rest in the middle. Always pay attention to your comrades' comfort." Voila, everyone dispersed in an instant, and more than half of the people rushed in. The battle circle immediately shrunk by more than half. With the dragon horses and palanquins still inside, it seemed rather crowded. Everyone's faces were filled with unprecedented solemnness. Squeak! The tide of rats quickly rushed over. From a distance, it looked like it had instantly swallowed up the small circle, drowning it in a dark Massachusetts. A circle of light suddenly surged around the battlefield. The experts above the rank of Martial Lord attacked at the same time, pushing back the black mass of rats, and many of them were even sent flying. Although the 5-element spirit-devouring rat was a third-tier demonic beast, its attack power was not strong, and its defense was several times higher than ordinary third-tier demonic beasts, making it very difficult to kill. Even if you stomped him into a meat patty, he could instantly recover. These people were all experts who often walked in the demon land. They all understood this principle, so they all took out their weapons and slashed down. Under the sword light and saber light, these spirit rats were cut in half one after another. However, there were too many of them. After a large number of them were killed, they came back again. What made everyone restless and violent was that the countless squeaking sounds of the rats made some people's eardrums bleed. They were extremely irritated and hacked with all their might. On a raised slope in the distance, a few figures had appeared out of nowhere. They were coldly looking at the rat tide with a cold smile. "Mr. Gu, your new medicine is really amazing. These 5-element spirit-devouring rats have gone even crazier, and their strength has increased by quite a bit." "Hee, it's nothing. The key was that Brother Situ thought of a way to attract so many spirit rats over, and I cast an illusionary technique, which was why it could proceed smoothly. It's a pity that there's not enough time. Otherwise, I would really like to get tens of thousands more. Let's see if that Hai Lin will die." "Hee, Brother Situ is overthinking. Hai Lin was dead for sure." Now, they thought that this was just an ordinary rat tide and that they would be fine after they survived. When they find out that the rat tide never subsides and that their target is actually themselves, I'm afraid their faith will collapse directly and they'll die without a burial place. Ha ha ha. Who said they would die without a burial place? The bellies of these spirit rats would be their best grave. Ha ha. It seems that the vice captain's money spent to hire Mr. Gu was well worth it. Ha ha. Hee hee. I've taken your benefits. Naturally, I have to find a way to solve your problem. The caravan had been fighting against the tide of rats for a long time, and almost all of them were great martial masters. The martial lords and even martial grandmasters were all panting and their faces were pale. Even the profound level weapons in everyone's hands were bent. What's going on? The rat tide hasn't left yet. The left commander's expression was getting uglier and uglier. It should have already passed by now. I'm afraid it's going to be troublesome, Yun Xiao said with a frown. This might not be a rat tide. I feel that more and more spiritual rats are gathering around us, as if they are targeting us. What? Everyone turned pale with fright, their hearts turning cold. If that was the case, wouldn't he have to kill all these spiritual rats? It was still fine when the martial lords were in the front, as every blow would send the flesh and blood of several spirit rats flying. Now, with a martial grandmaster, he could only maintain the battle circle and couldn't hurt a single one. The pressure was getting greater and greater, and he couldn't hold on for a moment. Motherfucker! How could it be like this? Could it be a trap set by someone? The left commander roared. But who can control a 5-element spirit-devouring mouse? Yun Xiao walked into the battle. He opened his palm and immediately sucked a spirit rat into it, then began to observe it carefully. The spirit rat was extremely fat and kept struggling in his hand, baring its teeth and trying to bite him. "There's indeed a problem," Xianxia said with a frown. The eyes of this five-element spirit-devouring rat were completely scarlet, and it should have taken some kind of medicine. Moreover, his pupils were all scattered, and he should have been under an illusion. The medicine and the illusion are stacked together. It seems like they are targeting us. How did this happen? Everyone's hearts sank. If these spirit rats were not killed, they would not be able to live. However, there were tens of thousands of them, so dense that their heads could not be seen. "Young Master Yun, is there any way?" A strange feeling suddenly welled up in Hai Lin's heart. He looked at Yunxiao's calm face, which seemed to be devoid of any fluctuations, and the strange feeling told him that this man must have a way to solve the problem. The spiritual senses of these spirit rats have been shattered by a powerful divine sense, Yunxiao said with a frown. Now, it's just an illusion they received before their spiritual senses were shattered that is supporting their bodies to attack us. As long as we can hold on, they will gradually die. However, I can see that these spirit rats are all full of spirit energy. I'm afraid it won't be so fast. How long will it take for them to die? Hai Lin asked in shock. About a few hours, Yunxiao said. I guess, a few hours? Hai Lin shook his head. How can we possibly hold on for so long? Are there any other methods? Yes, Yunxiao said. Then we'll kill them all. The left commander was exasperated when he heard that. He said angrily, "At a time like this, can you say something useful? I really want to kill you with one palm." Yunxiao laughed. "Don't worry, Commander Zhua. In fact, it's not difficult to hold on for a few hours. Most demonic beasts are afraid of fire, and I have an extremely powerful strange fire on me. If I spread it out and surround them, these five-element spirit-devouring rats shouldn't dare to rush up." His soul form immediately appeared in the Divine Realm tablet, and he said to Duan Yu, who was cultivating, "I need to borrow your Blue Lotus Earth Fire." Duan Yu and Yu Jilin were both sitting in the fire territory and cultivating. Over the past few days, the two of them had been sparring with each other, and both of them had made great progress in their strength. Duan Yu opened his eyes and frowned. "Don't you have the true Phoenix Fire? All you know is how to squeeze me. You know I can't control that thing well." Yunxiao scolded with a smile. "I'll burn myself if I'm not careful. Don't talk nonsense, it's an emergency. Why didn't you take out such a good thing earlier? Commanders were cursed in the demon plains. How would I know that we are the target of these spirit rats?" Yunxiao laughed. "I don't know. In addition, you didn't ask me to participate in the battle." A ball of green fire gradually appeared between his eyebrows. It suddenly turned into a line of fire and burned out of the battle circle. Wherever the flames passed, a blinding white light would burn out, blinding everyone. The temperature in the battlefield rose in an instant. The flames spread out of the ring and, under the control of Yunxiao's incantation gesture, extended into a ring of fire that surrounded the crowd. Squeak! The five-element spirit-devouring rats near the flames cried out even louder as they kept retreating from the ring of fire. Those who rushed into the ring of fire were all killed by the martial lords. The rest of them all retreated, as if they were very afraid of the flame. The left commander's eyes lit up and he said in great joy, "Ha! We're saved! Young Master Yun, you're really something." He gave him a thumbs up. Everyone was overjoyed, and their eyes turned respectful as they looked at Yunxiao. Ding Ling and Luo Yunshang smiled without saying a word. This little flame was nothing. Even young Master Yun alone was enough to kill all these spirit rats. In fact, as long as the Tianluo flaming war flag was used, all the rats could be burned to death. But, in that case, Yunxiao's strength would be exposed. Even if he did not use the Tianluo flaming battle flag, he still had several ways to kill these spirit rats. However, the forest was still an unknown place to him, and he didn't want to attract attention too early. Blue Lotus Earth Fire was burning around them, giving them an indescribable warmth and sense of security, and they were all very grateful to Yunxiao. Hai Lin also praised him with an envious look on his face. "Young Master Yun, what tier of alchemist are you?" He is actually able to control a heavenly flame. Everyone listened attentively, curious about this mysterious young man. I don't know, Xianxia said with a smile. Probably 5th tier. In terms of strength, he wasn't much weaker than an existence of the 6th step. But the badge given to him by the Alchemist Association was a 5th tier one. Swish! A 5th tier great alchemist. Hailin gasped in shock. Master Xianxia. He hurriedly stood up and said respectfully, Hailin greets Master Xianxia. I hope you can forgive me for my disrespect earlier. The surrounding people were also shocked. The left commander also hurriedly stepped forward and said, I've been disrespectful. I hope Master Xianxia can forgive me. In their eyes, a 5th tier great alchemist was already an extremely high existence, let alone such a young 5th tier great alchemist. They had never heard of him. Xianxia smiled wryly. He's only a 5th tier alchemist. When did he become a great alchemist? He said, Brother Hailin, the demonic beast blood in your body is a double-edged sword. If you guide it well, it'll be extremely powerful. Hailin's expression changed slightly, and he shook his head. As long as it can eliminate the effects on my body, it's fine. I don't expect it to have infinite power. If the blood of the barbaric Kuan cow in his body was activated, he would be extremely powerful. However, it was extremely harmful to the body, and every time it acted up, the person would be unconscious and unable to distinguish between friend and foe. This was also the most painful part for him. Xianxia sighed in his heart. If he had taught Hailin the tyrant body tempering technique, it would not have taken long for him to suppress his bloodline with his own physical strength, and then gradually stimulate the bloodline energy for his own use. However, the tyrant body tempering technique was a peerless cultivation technique in the world, and he had never taught it to anyone else except Meng Bai. Moreover, once the news was spread or leaked, Ao Chongkong would come to him in person. Even if he recovered his strength from his previous life, he would not be able to defeat him. At this time, the expressions of the few figures in the distance changed greatly. What? It's actually a heavenly flame. This Ing Luo, Mr. Gu, what should we do? Those spirit rats seem to have all retreated. The fire is blue. Could it be the legendary Blue Lotus Earth Fire? This was troublesome. I've shaken off all the spiritual consciousness of those spiritual rats. They're only retreating out of their most instinctive fear. What should I do? Mr. Gu was also hesitant and said, If we drag this on for too long, these spiritual rats will die on their own and this plan will be in vain. Situ Hong was cursing in his heart. Fuck! I was still asking you what to do? And you're asking me? There's actually such a huge loophole. I thought it was a flawless plan. Fuck. That's right. Mr. Gu's eyes lit up. He took out a bottle of red liquid and laughed. This is the blood of the purple vine plant demon. As long as it can be sprinkled on those people, even if they have the Blue Lotus Earth Fire to block it, these spirit rats will rush over without any regard for their own safety. There are tens of thousands of 5-element spirit devouring rats there. How can we throw them over? Situ Hung frowned. Besides, those people from Hailin are not to be trifled with. Mr. Gu's face turned dark and he grinned. Leave this matter to me. He immediately squatted down and carved something on the ground. Soon, a small array was created and he put the blood of the purple vine into it. His hands kept forming hand seals. With a flash of light, the bottle of violet civ vine blood instantly turned into a ray of light and shot towards the caravan at a speed that was difficult to be seen by the naked eye. It was actually a small-scale instant teleportation formation. Bang! The bottle of blood exploded in the air above the caravan, and fresh blood splattered all over the place. What? Mr. Gu's pupils shrank. He actually intercepted it? There's an expert in the caravan. What should we do? Situ Hung was shocked. Wouldn't that mean we've been exposed? Mr. Gu looked into the distance and said, It doesn't matter. As long as the smell of the blood spreads, it will be fine. Moreover, if these spirit rats did not work, he could only carry out Plan B. What's there to be afraid of if we're exposed? Young Master Yun, what is this? Hailin was shocked to see a large amount of blood falling from the sky. Yun Xiao sniffed and said with a frown, The blood of a plant demon! He raised his right hand and spread his fingers. The blood was guided by his power and gathered into a ball that fell on his palm, spinning non-stop. The left and right commanders were both shocked. Their eyes were filled with killing intent as they stared into the distance. Xianxia looked at it carefully for a while and said, "The blood of the plant demon purple vine is very ordinary. There is nothing strange about it. Why did those people send this over?" Just as he was scratching his head in confusion, squeak, 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 the squeaking of the spirit rats became louder and louder. One by one, as if they had taken stimulants, they once again surrounded him. He ignored the crackling sounds of the green lotus land fire on his body, and there was still a lot of fragrant meat that had been directly burned. He was still risking his life to advance. Everyone was shocked. Many spirit rats directly crossed the line of fire and madly rushed up to bite. "Block it! Block it!" The left commander swung his saber and killed more than 10 in the first row, but it was still a drop in the bucket. "Everyone, guard the battle ring," he shouted repeatedly. "We can't let a single one in." The surroundings were already filled with the pungent smell of the corpses and blood of various spirit rats. The two beauties, Dinglinger and Luo Yunshang, both turned pale and covered their mouths and noses with scented towels. If they were not afraid of exposing Yunxiao's divine realm tablet, they would have hidden in it a long time ago. At this moment, when they saw the spirit rat attack again, their stomachs were rolling. "So, it's the blood of this purple vine plant demon that attracts the spirit rats to attack us," Xianxia said. "It seems like there's a beast tamer over there," he said as he looked into the distance. "In that case," Hailin quickly said, "Young Master Yun, you just have to throw the blood out and everything will be fine, right?" "It's useless." Xianxia shook his head and said, "The smell has already dispersed. Moreover, these spirit rats were already under an illusion. The beast tamer on the other side is not simple, and he might be a famous alchemist." Hailin was anxious. He saw that many guards were gradually unable to hold on and were about to be drowned in the rat tide. He said, "Then what should we do? Young Master Yun, please think of something." For some reason, he seemed to subconsciously regard Xianxia as his backbone. Perhaps it was because of the shocking reputation of a fifth-tier alchemist. Even the left and right commanders respected his opinion very much. "I'm afraid it'll be difficult to finish them off completely," Xianxia said. "Even if the two commanders cross the sky and kill them, these spirit rats will still attack us. However, it can still alleviate some of the pain." He slapped the ball of blood in his hand. A strong wind blew across the grassland and the ball of blood spun violently. The thick smell spread out and small drops of blood splashed. The five-element spirit devouring rats immediately changed direction and rushed towards the ball of blood. However, there were still many who stayed where they were and continued to attack. "When the blood is devoured by them," Xianxia said, "they will continue to rush over. I'm afraid my Blue Lotus Earth fire won't be able to last for too long. I'll spread the flames out later, but it can only last for a few breaths. Then, everyone, get ready to charge out. As long as we concentrate our strength and charge out of the range of several li, these spirit rats won't follow us." Everyone's expression changed. They knew that the moment of life and death had come.